elected to manage the provision of local services, maintain infrastructure and public utilities in communities across the island. The local government elections, due every 4 years, last held, you'll recall, almost 8 years ago, November 28, Cliff, 2016.
And although the local elections were due in 2020, an act passed by the House of Representatives to postpone the elections. This act was amended in 22 and 23, which allowed for further postponements of the election date. Today, the team here at the NNN Scene TV Election Center will give you a comprehensive assessment and analysis of how voting went today. The results, historical trends, analysis of what the results mean, and of course, we will tell you which party or national leader has won the elections. As part of our comprehensive coverage of Local Vote 24, we have our data analytics partner, Blue Dot Insights team.
Now, the data scientists from Blue Dot have been polling Jamaicans for 4 years on their voting behavior, attitudes, and intentions. Leading the Blue Dot team is their Chief Insights Officer, Janae Stevens-Taylor. She'll be on the Smartboard with all the numbers and the data. Meanwhile, Nationwide's Saeed Bernard will be anchoring our team of young people in Youth Voice. The youth will give us their perspectives and analysis as the results come in.
Let us begin with Janae Stevens-Taylor. Janae, walk us through the highlights of how we'll be presenting and analyzing the results as they come in.
Certainly, Cliff. Good evening to you and George, and
Good
to your
evening.
listeners and viewers. So I will be at the Smartboard, and we will be collecting the data directly from the Electoral office as they're counting those ballots, and they share the information. Our system has been designed to capture that information and to display it on this map that you see here. So we'll be able to tap into any constituency, into any division within that constituency, and we'll be able to see what those vote counts look like at the divisional level. All right, so we'll be able to tap into Duncans, into Martha Brae, into Wakefield, into Sherwood Content, and likewise in all of the parishes across Jamaica. And we'll have a running tally as the boxes get counted. So right now we're showing you 2016 data, so from the last election, but it's going to get lit up orange, of course, if the PNP is ahead, and it will be lit green if the JLP is ahead. So we'll have a running tally of the box count, what the results are, and then, of course, we'll have the big tally at the end. Who has secured the most number of divisions and control of the respective municipal councils?
And am I seeing right? The tab says 2024 local elections.
Well, this data is showing you the 2016 because we have not yet started receiving the data from the EOJ.
I don't want anybody to see that and believe that
no.
62 boxes are already in.
Not as yet, not just yet.
In a few minutes, I expect in about 20 minutes, we should start getting the results.
Correct.
All right. But let us also introduce the anchor for our Youth Voice this evening, Saeed Bernard. He will be anchoring our panel of young people who will give us their perspectives on what's unfolding tonight. Saeed, good evening.
Good evening, Cliff. Good evening, George. Of course, listeners, viewers, wherever you are, it's Youth Voices, of course. And, you know, as the rhythmic voices of and the pulse of democracy really beats through our local elections, the clash between the PNP and the JLP certainly takes a center stage. The resonant voices of the young people echo through the political landscape, scrutinizing the promises of tomorrow. The real question, Cliff and George, is how will this electoral symphony play out for the PNP and the JLP? The results certainly will act as a compass, guiding us towards the future. And certainly, you just need to stay tuned as we go through the length of breadth of Jamaica as it relates to our local government elections. Certainly, I have with me two wonderful young people. Beside me, Suella Angling, a political commentator, and to her left is Ronaldino McLean, the head boy of Campion College, a debater in his own right. Certainly, Cliff, we have a lot to talk about. So let me just ask them quickly, what have you thought about the campaign thus far, leading up to today, and what did you see today? Starting with you, Ronaldino.
Good afternoon, Saeed. Good afternoon or good evening to all your viewers and listeners. The campaign so far has pretty much met my expectations for what a campaign maybe 1 year or less out from a general election cycle would look like, in the sense that the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party have sought to rile up their base of supporters and present issues that sometimes seem like central government related issues, but I mean, you even heard the opposition leader Mark Goldings call this election cycle the semi-finals before the eventual grand final. Absolutely. Maybe sometime later this year or next year. And the Jamaica Labour Party has been campaigning on their national achievements, on their record with the economy and job creation and so on. So it's met my expectation in that regard, and I'm really looking forward to see who wins tonight, because it may give some indication maybe of who will triumph later this year or next year.
Okay, and Suel, who sometimes they call clear dumb for apparently. what is your take?
I mean, I think the same thing. I think so far, I think both parties have been doing very well. And I think even for the PNP, I think a lot of us had a lot of doubts in them. And I think, seeing Mark, kind of energize, the base, and people are coming out and the excitement. I was pretty surprised to see that. So I think that is good. And then, of course, we see, from Andrew and his camp, we see a lot of people coming out. We see the big crowds. So I'm actually pretty exciting. I was disappointed with the debates, that that thing. I was really disappointed with that. But I think generally the excitement, that kind of thing that we normally see in the elections, I'm pretty excited to that. So yeah, I'm excited to see the numbers come in and to see what will happen.
Well, there you have it, Cliff and George. The reality is, will the momentum of the PNP, how they started, will it bring them across the line, or will the strong finish of the Jamaica Labour Party take it home? Back to you.
Thank you very much, Saeed Bernard, with youth voices. And we have some older voices, yeah? Beginning with a lady on my immediate right, yes? Dr. Nadine Spence, good to have you.
Thank you for inviting me, Cliff.
Good. And political scientist, Damian Gordon.
Thanks for having me as well, Kirst.
From the University of the West Indies. And a little later, George, we're also going to be joined by Dr. Damian Blake?
Yeah, and Kevin O'Brien Chang will be there. Importantly, because you know how our YouTubers are on Nationwide.
Yeah.
I see several of them asking for Ricardo. Ricardo is going to be, well, he is already at JLP HQ. That's where he'll be coming from this evening. Tawna Thomas is out in Central Jamaica for us. She'll be in Mandeville. At PNP HQ, we'll have Wayne Walker. And at the Electoral Office of Jamaica is the editor at Scene TV, Tanika Thomas. Cliff, I'd like to kick things off with this. I'd like to tell yourself and our guests a story about a phone call I had earlier today with one of the senior councillors in the corporate area for the Jamaica Labour Party. I placed that call at about 1:15 p.m. and I said to him, well, how the first half of the day looked. I did call PNP councillors as well, PNP candidates as well, just to balance it. He was fuming. He said the voter turnout was abysmal, and he told one story that he said, sir, there's a woman that I gave work up to yesterday. She has 4 children. I've given her all that she has asked for those 4 children for back to school. I gave them to her even before I knew that an election was coming. And I gave her work up to yesterday. And my disappointment was standing in front of her and seeing her baby father having to convince her to go and vote for me. He said he drove off in disgust and he has made a mental note of that lady and he wants to win this evening because something will have to give. So I'm just saying that the point being made by him is on people, even when the councillor has done, because you hear people say councillors don't do, so councillors don't get support, hence local government elections don't get support. He's saying, but this is a case of me doing and doing and doing and doing, the proverbial adjective, the doing word, and she's refusing to do to support me to remain in this position.
The story from that, the takeaway from that, George, Damian, Nadine, viewers, is our politics has become far too transactional.
Yeah.
Far too transactional, where people are now, as a matter of, wearing it on your sleeve, you have to pay me for my vote. And it is a crisis facing our political system that we have got to recognize and deal with, because sooner rather than later, it's only the millionaires and the billionaires who will be able to buy a council seat or a seat in the parliament.
Yeah.
Damien?
Yes, and I think that voters and citizens in general, I think they're interested in sustainable solutions and sustainable change, rather than a transaction that can be seen as a one-off material exchange between a councillor and a voter. For example, I think individuals would appreciate if the political representatives generate permanent opportunities that lead to long-lasting change. So you vote today on the basis of a transaction, but you return to your normal life, characterized by deprivation and, not sure how you're going to survive on a day-to-day basis. So, so I think that the point I'm making here is that the transactional nature of politics, where it's just a one-off exchange between the vote and the council. So come election, I give you something in exchange for your vote. Or close an election, I give you something in exchange for your vote. I think most persons would appreciate if opportunities for long-lasting or sustainable changes are created, are nurtured by and you're talking about opportunities for upskilling, training, long-term job opportunities, rather than what I consider to be the distribution of scarce benefits or spoil proximal to an election, which is pretty much what George would have just described to me.
Dr. Spence, your perspective on that, but I wanted to look at it from this way. The council would argue that, yes, Cliff, I take the point you're making. However, the perennial complaint is that I don't see the councillor and I don't feel the councillor working, and I see no evidence of that. And I don't benefit from politics. Hence, why do you come every cycle for my participation in the process to put you in power? He's saying, but I provide opportunities. You have access to me. There is tangible benefit to me being in this position that you have felt directly. Why then must someone try to prevail upon your good sense to support me? And a lot of councillors have found themselves in that same situation today, which is why I thought it needful to make the point.
Yeah, I think the fact of the transactional nature of our politics can't be ignored. I think also that we have a populace that has become very cynical, that will get the scarce benefits and spoils and laugh that they just pop a man foot. And him get chopped. And there are people who are not convinced that that is enough or that they have been engaged enough. And there are some people as well who are so far out of the political process that they can't find a way back. And there's a way that we have come to narrate our political story, which tells that we are a country of samphis, people who can't be trusted, the politician is a criminal, and the whole political process is one that is fraught with everything from the illegal to the unjust. So that if you even vote or turn up at the polling station on election day, you're an idiot, you're a thief, or you're aspiring to be one or the other. So many people would like to participate and they hide it, because they don't want to be labeled as a diehard, because that's the worst thing you could ever be, the party lawyers or the party faithful. Yeah. So there's a lot there to unpack about how we then begin to narrate the story of who we are politically and who the actors are in this political process. Are we all idiots if we vote for a party? Are we all half-educated, not thinking of the good of the country if we are loyal to a political party? Yeah. Who are the people who are the direct participants in the process? What else can we call them other than thieves and robbers?
All right. Just before we move on, we're going to make a link now to Tanika Thomas of Scene Television. She is at the EOJ election headquarters tonight, and you'll be hearing a lot from Tanika throughout the evening into the night. Tanika, what's happening at the EOJ headquarters?
Good evening, Cliff, and good evening, George, and good evening to our listeners and our viewers, both on Nationwide News and on Scene TV. So yes, I'm coming to you live from the EOJ office on Red Hills Road. Well, not much activity happening here right now, but what I can say to you, so far I saw a member of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica and President of the Senate, Tom Tavares Finson. He's here on location. I also saw Government Senator Apka Fitz-Henley. So what can I tell you now? The Electoral Commission, or the Electoral Office of Jamaica, is reporting that at 3 p.m. today, the national turnout in terms of the voter turnout was 22.93%. That's approximately 23% of persons came out as at 3 p.m. to vote. Now, let me give you a better analysis of that picture. We're talking about, for example, Kingston Western, as at 3 p.m., 22.45% of persons turned out to vote today. Let's go down to, say, St. Andrew West Rural. 20.11% of voter turn was recorded as at 3 p.m. I know some of the seats that we are watching, Cliff and George, interesting seats, the battleground, for example, in the St. Andrew Southeastern, the Trafalgar Division. As at 3 p.m., there was a 25.87% voter turnout. So not much activity happening here at the EOJ office on Red Hill Road. We are awaiting the voting count, the vote count, so we can present a better picture. But I also want to tell you, for example, another division we are watching closely, that's the Papine Division in St. Andrew Eastern. As at 3 p.m., 23% of persons voted. So it's back to you, George and Cliff, as I continue to monitor it here at the EOJ office on Red Hills Road.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanika Thomas from EOJ Election Center. And at the top, let us put certain things in perspectives. How do we determine a winner tonight? Yes, it's not like the parliamentary elections, as we said, where we have 63 constituencies and a majority of the 63 will form, that party will form the government. No, this is about local municipal authorities, municipal corporations. There are 14 of them, yes, in the country, with 228 electoral divisions. The key numbers for you to pay attention tonight. Going into today, the governing Jamaica Labour Party went in with 130 of the 228 divisions. The opposition, People's National Party, went in with 98. In terms of controlling the municipal corporations, yes, the PNP went in with 8. Yes, the GLP with 5. Yes, and these are the ones we are going to be watching tonight. Who comes out with controlling a majority of the councils and winning a majority of the 228 electoral divisions?
For further context, just at the top, and it's wise to do it now, I think, we must remember that like the last local government elections, and to be truthful, like the majority of parish council, local government elections that we've had since 1947, for the large part, it's been a basement game. I say a basement game because of the numbers that we're talking about in terms of turnout. Yeah? There was only one local government election where the voter turnout could be described as healthy. That was 1986 at 65.5%. Last year, 2016, at 31.6%. That was the third lowest, 30.6. That was the third lowest in our history. Only 1951 at 30.2 was lower. The fact, 2016, third lowest in history. The fact is that historically, we keep having these low voter numbers. Last year, if you look at last year, what you had a national voter turnout whereby in only one of the parishes, St. Mary, was voter turnout more than 40% at 42.84. We had a division in some city with over 13,000 electors, the third largest number of electors in the country, where only 11.94% of eligible voters turned out to cast their ballots in those elections. You're talking about a country where nationally there just seems to be this massive turn-off switch that people engage when they hear local government elections. And so it should be no surprise the early voter turnout numbers we're getting, and it certainly should be no surprise if we're talking about a basement game result at the end of counting tonight.
And to pick up on that point, George, when I kept calling my sources this afternoon, minutes to 4, and you know, as political observers, that hour between 3:30 and 4:45 is the last push. Yes? When the party organizations push to get out every potential voter. Yes? And they were telling me they're disappointed with the turnout. The level of resistance, people are just simply not interested. They don't know. Normally, By now, your Belmont Road sources, your Old Hope Road sources can tell you we're leading, we're winning. Coming on air, they couldn't tell me that. They just don't know because of the turnout. And they don't know where this is going to go. Yeah? So we could be having a night full of surprises tonight.
I think we are going to have a night of surprises. I think when you engage the day-to-day, driving through the different areas, going to polling stations and the ones that I passed, and just looking at what was the normal mood and engagement on the road, you could tell that people were not taking this on. People took the day, and I think a lot of businesses gave people time off. People closed half day.
By law, you have to give us 3 hours.
Right. So some people didn't just give you 3 hours. They closed half day.
There you go.
And so people had ample time, I think, to engage. So you were thinking early in the morning. I was thinking, okay, so it's perhaps because a lot of businesses will be closed half day. People are waiting until after 12, after 2. But it didn't pick up, and you didn't hear any news of any strong push in the evening, meaning that you didn't hear that the lines were full and overflowing. You heard barely of people being in any line. In fact, people talked about turning up to vote and being the only one in the line and nobody else after them. That was my experience, certainly.
But Damien, the fact of the matter is that...
By the way, hold on. Let me see your finger. You voted?
Come on, for shame. Shame on
Damien?
you. Shame. Everybody voted here.
Nadine?
It's there.
Yeah, we all voted.
Yes.
I was trying to watch
4 of us.
We all voted. Yes?
Right. I was making the point that I kept asking our team of reporters and correspondents as we went through them over the course of the day, is there rain anywhere? Because I wanted to know if there was an event that could keep people in or dissuade you from going home from work early in the afternoon, as you pointed out, Dr. Spence, and diverting to the polling station. That wasn't the case. Why are we still looking at these basement numbers is the question.
Right. I think that the structure of our system of local government needs to be looked at seriously. I think to a great extent, local authorities in Jamaica are disempowered, and they do not have the capacity to meet the needs of the communities. I say that against a backdrop that our local authorities and our municipalities are dependent on central government for resources and funding. And those resources are deployed and channeled into the communities via the councils. You find that the needs of the communities are great. The roads are in a very bad condition. The garbage collection issues, you have the issues as it relates to street lighting issues. And the reality is that the level of resources that are deployed or directed to the councils are not sufficient to meet the needs and expectations of voters. And you find that councils oftentimes find themselves in a situation where so much is expected of them, and they have so little resources at their disposal. And when voters when they are unable to meet the needs, because they are dependent on the local government, the Ministry of Local Government, and the council by extension to provide them with resources. They don't generate resources on their own as councils, so they rely on government to deploy resources to them.
I hear the first results are in.
The first results are in. It is now approximately 5:55, 5 minutes to 6. The polls would have closed just under an hour ago, and we're now being told that the first results have come in. Janae?
All right, Cliff. So we're seeing some early results coming in the division of Moneague. So far,
Moneague in Southeast St. Anne.
In Southeast, yes. In St. Anne Southeastern, we see some votes coming in there for Moneague. Out of St. Andrew East.
What are those votes?
All right, let's take a look at that. All right, so far, they have counted 60 of the 126 boxes. All right, and it's still quite early. So you'll notice a lot of the map is still black. No color. You're just seeing a hint of green coming out of that particular PD in the corner here. So still quite early in the game. We're also seeing some votes coming in from overall in that southeast. It's 60 votes for the JLP being registered there. Nothing so far in those boxes for the PNP, which is why you're seeing that area there lit up in green.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look at what else has come in. In the Papine division, we see the PNP securing 48 votes there, and the JLP also securing 48 votes in that particular division. So this is Papine in St. Andrew Eastern.
So both in the first results coming
first
out
set of
Papine,
results coming out of Papine, we have
dead
an
even.
equal number of votes for
48,
both parties. So still very early. Also coming out of Hanover Eastern overall, we're seeing 264 votes being counted. Let's take a look at where that's coming from. That's from the Sandy Bay area, and the PNP has secured most of those votes. So these are still quite early numbers, very small numbers, nothing crossing 100 just yet.
Yeah.
But the board will continue to light up, and we will see the colors change as we get more results from the EOJ.
Good. All right. So we're up on our first break. Let's go to our first break and then come back with more from Local Vote 24 here, NNN Scene TV.
Local Vote 24. Your
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel, Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer Manufacturing Distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58(3) of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Only Chlorodo gets it right. Chlorodo Bleach, now available in 3 different fragrances: original, citrus, and floral.
The ultimate clean is a Chlorodo clean.
Chlorodo Bleach.
JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. More want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me not walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
Love you more and live better mind and body with Quartz. Prep, grab, and go with up to 25% off small appliances. Stay fit with up to 20% off gym equipment. And rest well and save up to $30,000 on select mattresses. Shop today with no cash and pay overtime on 6 to 48 months credit. Love you more. So rest, recharge, and live better with Quartz. Bringing value home. Offers end March 31, 2024. Conditions apply.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel, Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer Manufacturing Distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Welcome back to Local Vote 24, right here on NNN Scene TV. I'm Cliff Hughes.
And I'm George Davis.
And we're getting more results now, so we're going to go to the Smartboard with Chief Insights Officer at Blue Dot, Janae Stevens-Taylor. Janae, bring us up to speed.
All right, so based on the latest data released, we have some more corporate area results. So this is South Andrew Southern, And we are in Trenchtown so far, all 300 votes counted there being registered for the PNP
We can call that division. That's the first division we're going to call this evening, yes?
Just under half of the boxes opened so far, but all votes being registered for the PNP candidates in that area.
And that's Sarah Marshall, for the record.
Yes, and that's Sarah Marshall.
And that's in the opposition leader's stronghold.
St Andrews South.
Of St Andrews South, Trenchtown.
All right, what else did we see? Let's go a little further east because we had some developments in St. Thomas. All right, so coming out of Bath, we have 138 votes being registered there for the JLP's Nordine Mackenzie. In Morant Bay, we have the PNP candidate, Rohan Livingston Brown, securing 90 votes thus far. And then the JLP contender in that same Morant Bay division securing just 2 votes short at 88. All right, so those are some of the results coming in that second upload.
Okay, early results.
Early results, still quite early results. All right, let's see where else we have gotten some, we have some votes coming in. St. Andrew West Rural as well. So the JLP there, 114 of the votes counted so far compared to the PNP's 20. And 2 votes for the independent candidate, Sonia Kildare. So,
and what is that number for? Oh, it's 20.
Yeah.
Keisha Hale.
Yes.
Keisha Hale, 20 votes so far compared to Rowan Hall's 114 and 2 votes for the independent Sonia Kildare.
And that's in the Red Hills division.
This is the Red Hills division, yes.
Of West Rural St. Andrew.
That is correct.
The JLP's incumbent, Rowan Hall, off to an early lead with 114 as against 20 votes for the PNP's Keisha Hale.
That is correct. All right, let's go back to our notification. So this list here, what this does, it gives us alerts. Every time we get a new upload, it will tell us, every time the lead shifts from one party to the next, it will tell us, right? So this is how we'll keep our listeners and our viewers up to date. We also have an update here coming in for Brownstown. So we have Brownstown in St. Ann Northwest. That is correct. 102 votes for the JLP candidate Brown Lawrence there in Brownstown compared to 32 votes being counted for Clark of the PNP.
So that's Councillor Kim Brown Lawrence, yes, for the JLP leading in Brownstown in Northwest St. Ann.
And what we must tell remind the viewers, especially, and the listeners, especially those who are the political junkies, Brownstown is one of those seats that went to the JLP in 2016 that were traditionally, you could put your pot on the fire and count Brownstown and Monegan seats like those as PNP seats. The JLP took them in 2016. And Brown Lawrence, who came into these elections in controversy, of course, is holding an early lead, what we stress, early lead.
Yes.
All right, so we're going back west. Hanover Eastern, some more counts coming in there. So in the Sandy Bay division, the PNP is ahead. Andrea Dehaney Grant securing 134 of the votes counted so far, compared to only 6 votes for Oraldo Anderson of the JLP. So that's Sandy Bay, an early lead there for the PNP. And then in the Hopewell division, all the votes counted thus far, registering there for the PNP's Lennox Free. So an early lead in the Hanover Eastern constituency for the PNP.
All right.
All right, let's see if there's anything else coming in. So these are live results. They're uploading every minute.
I see there Manchester Northeast, third from bottom. Manchester Northeast.
In Manchester Northeast, this is Craighead. That's the only place we have a count coming in right now. And it's being registered for the PNP candidate. So only 12 votes. Still very early in that division. Only a few boxes open.
And Manchester Northeast, to tell our political people, yes, reporters, to put these numbers in perspective, that's Audley Shaw's seat up in Manchester Northeast and Craighead. And that...
the numbers as they come in.
Yes.
Well, so the info is pulling live once every minute. So it needs a little bit of time to refresh. So we're only going to click on those that have more significant vote counts where we know we've gotten more than one report. Just to ensure that everybody is clear on what the numbers are. All right, so let's explain how the process works. So what the EOJ has done is they've created what we call an FTP site, right? Which is just a website where they release in lines of text, right? So in that line of text, you will get the name of the constituency, the name of the division, the name of the candidate, and the number of votes that they've counted, as well as the box ID numbers. And we extract that data and it tallies it for the respective division. And then that, depending on who is ahead, that division will light up green on our map. We'll also get these notifications. So the orange will tell us when the PNP has a lead in a particular division based on what's been counted so far. And the green icons will tell us when the JLP is ahead in that particular division and also in the constituency overall. So we'll get this running tally of updates as they count the boxes.
One of the tabs has 1,700 votes in it. It's at the very, very top. If you could engage...
Well, that is overall.
Overall.
Yes, that's overall votes. Okay. That's an overall vote tally that's happening
nationally.
there. Yes.
So the PNP nationally is leading with 1,701 votes.
Yes, across all of the divisions where where boxes have been opened thus far.
Okay.
Do you get an alert for Portmore on this dashboard as well? Or you have to specifically select it?
Right. So we'll have to go in and specifically change it to Portmore. So let's come back to Portmore.
Okay.
And I can bring that up for you.
Very well.
All right. So still much too early at what, 8 minutes after 6 o'clock? Yes. But let's, yes, George.
Yeah. I was going to ask the analysts to engage us really on what's at stake. Because we've been speaking about that in the build-up to these elections. It has been pitched as a referendum by Mark Golding. I don't know why some people extract mirth from that declaration of it being a national a referendum, because unlike other local government elections, which are in the slipstream of a general election, this is different. It's isolated. So it would stand to reason that given the response of the people, it could tell us how the public feel about the government that's in charge of central government. So at this point, Dr. Spence, I'll take you first and then I'll come to Damien. This point of a referendum on this Holiness administration, and Mark Golding saying today is the day when the people tell us whether they are feeling them or whether they want to get rid of them from the big shop. Your perspective on that statement?
Because it's so problematic, George. It's local government, and local government is worthy of its own respect. When my mother died 5 years ago, we came into contact with the parish council very closely because we needed to get an order for her burial. And it was a serious conversation about where exactly do you bury your loved ones? Where do you put them to rest? Can you dig a grave and put them in the backyard as usual? And we were told that those things are going to change. Those things, you engage local government at some of the most intimate and important moments of your life. When you're sending your child to school, you're supposed to be engaging your school board. You're supposed to be engaging your road from out when you walk out of your house, your garbage collection to issues related to the environment and whether or not your place is clean and you're going to get dengue or mosquito, because of what is happening in your drains and your gullies and your market when you go buy your food on Saturday, or in my case when I was growing up on a Wednesday in Newmarket. So these are important issues for us to respect and honor on their own.
So that's why you don't agree with the casting of it?
No, I don't. I have been troubled by the fact that we have been using local government as a litmus test for general elections.
Your perspective, Damien?
Yeah, I think it's a referendum in the sense that we have not had any election in Jamaica in over 4 years, and this will be Mark Golding's first test as leader of the People's National Party, first test in terms of a general electorate. It will face a delegate and it will have won that contest against Lisa Hanna, but certainly in the last election, the general election, the Jamaica Labour Party would have secured a landslide victory, and then the Prime Minister was considered to be the main factor behind that landslide victory. He pulled the Jamaica Labour Party to victory. Since then, the most recent polling data have indicated that the popularity of the Prime Minister, the JLP, has fallen significantly. And therefore, this is a test to see the extent to which public sentiment has shifted away from the government and Andrew Holness and towards the People's National Party. Importantly for the People's National Party, this is the first test. This is a major test to determine whether or not it is no more electable than it was 4 years ago. And with the Jamaica Labour Party being at its lowest in terms of public favorability, and Andrew Holness perhaps facing his most difficult test to date electorally, it is left to be seen whether or not the People's National Party would be able to capitalize. And as such, the PNP has positioned this, and because it comes on the eve of a general election, it is a very good predictor of the likely direction of the general election. So if the People's National Party were able to perform much better than it did the last time, or secure an outright victory, that would confirm that they are regaining traction and the momentum is with them, and it is shifting away from the Jamaica Labour Party and Andrew Holness as the Prime Minister.
And if it goes the other way, the implications?
The implications, the question of the electability of the Mark Golding as the party's president and the PNP's pathway to secure state power will continue to dog the party, because if you cannot capitalize on the JLP at its weakest moment, after having changed, you have changed 3 leaders in the last several years. It continues the crisis of leadership.
Well, let me go deeper. Let me go deeper and put it straight to you. No party leader, none of the leaders of the 2 major political parties in our history have lost their jobs after losing a local government election. But you're saying that given the dynamics that attend to these elections, that could very well happen.
And to be fair, this has not been treated like a typical local government election. Let's remember that most times the local government election tend to follow the general.
Yeah, man.
And there's this phenomenon known as voter fatigue. When there's a particular outcome in the general, the supporters of the losing party tend to
stay away, lick their wounds, yes.
And they say, okay, we'll not vote. And the supporters of the winning party tend to typically vote in larger numbers. Now we have a case where the local precedes the general, and the level of media and public attention that this election is garnered is atypical of a local government
Absolutely
election.
right.
Both political parties have attempted to mobilize resources at the highest level to win this election. They are treating it like a general election. So even the issues that the Prime Minister is discussing and the opposition leader is discussing, security, economy, those are central government
not local issues.
Local issues.
So Dr. Spence, so here's the thing now, I'm putting it squarely again, I put it to Damien. We're talking about what happens if who and who win. If it is that the PNP loses, we could find ourselves in a situation where Mark Jefferson Golding becomes the first PNP president to lose his job after losing a local government election. It's unheard of.
Can you take that after the break? Control room is asking us for a break.
There you
Let's go to the break and come back.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel, Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit digiceljamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58(3) of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Shamsi Tango hot like Viva, cause we are getting more than Western Union. 24 winners will win 2 season passes for Champs 2024. Collect 2 or more Western Union money transfers in store or using the GK1 app from February 9 to March 11 for a chance to win. Authorized under Section 58 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Love you more more and live better mind and body with Quartz. Prep, grab, and go with up to 25% off small appliances. Stay fit with up to 20% off gym equipment. And rest well and save up to $30,000 on select mattresses. Shop today with no cash and pay overtime on 6 to 48 months credit. Love you more. So rest, recharge, and live better with Quartz. Bringing value home. Offers end March 31, 2024. Conditions apply.
JN Money Card send from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. More withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58(3) of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Only Chlorodo gets it right. Chlorodo Bleach, now available in 3 different fragrances: original, citrus, and floral.
The ultimate clean is a Chlorodo clean.
Chlorodo Bleach.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel, Link, Western Union, JN Money Services, Quartz, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodo Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Hot like fever, cause we are getting more than Western Union. 24 winners will win 2 season passes for Champs 2024. Collect 2 or more Western Union money transfers in store or using the GK1 app from February 9 to March 11 for a chance to win. Authorized under Section 58 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58(3) of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel, Link, Western Union, JN Money Services, Quartz, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodo Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
We're live on NNN Scene TV. It's 20 minutes after 6 o'clock in Kingston, Jamaica. The polls were closed 1 hour and 20 minutes ago. And we're asking you, we are live on YouTube at Nationwide 90 FM and on air on the 90 FM band. Okay, we are also live on Scene TV at DigiPlus Channel 16. You can also join the conversation or social media pages at Instagram, Nationwide 90 FM, on X, formerly Twitter, at Nationwide Radio, and you can tweet using the hashtags #LocalVote24. Okay?
Right. Right, where we left the conversation, now before we go back to the question for Dr. Spence to answer, and then we engage Saeed Bernard, who is with the Young Brigade in the Youth Voice segment. We must tell you that the results are coming in. We are trying to get the latest box count across the various divisions for you. And so, yeah, we are presenting the numbers as they come in. Dr. Spence, I was asking you before the break. I'm going to remind you. The fact is, when we talk about pitching this as a national referendum, and I believe there is merit in their argument, you say it rankles with you, that statement does rankle with you. I'm saying Mark Golding is at the real risk of becoming the first leader of either of the two main political parties in the country's history to lose their job as party president or party leader after losing a local government elections. It's a real possibility. It's frightening.
It's a possibility, and I think it's a possibility because, again, let me go back to my argument, my core argument. If it is what the political parties had done, was do what local government was supposed to do in the divisions, work with their representatives at the local level, and engage people the way people are supposed to be engaged at the local level. The parish development committees, the divisional committees, the citizens associations that are supposed to be strong and elect their executive core, and then help to form some of those committees, and insisted and lobbied at that level, I think we would be seeing different responses because the engagement at those levels would look different. When you're talking at people from the national level, the issues are different and people receive it differently. It's 7 degrees from where they are in their own intimate spaces. So I think, yes, yeah, I agree with you. That might very well be the case, but I'm saying what they did then was wrong in terms of how the election was pitched.
We have the Director of Elections, yes, Glasspool Brown, with us. Good evening, Mr. Brown.
Hello.
Good evening, sir. Glasspool Brown, the Director of Elections, are you there? Mr. Brown, the Director of Elections?
Not there.
Not there. Tanika, let's go to Tanika Thomas at the EOJ election headquarters. I gather she has the Director of Elections. Oh, good. Well, don't tell me to go to him. Thank you very much. So, we'll go to the board.
Yes.
Janae, what are the results you now have for us?
All right, so let's start out here in the west. All right, so let's go to Grange Hill. All right, so looking at Grange Hill, we have 40 votes cast for the JLP's Basil Thompson compared to 35 votes for Warren Littleton of the PNP, and then a few votes, just about 3 votes there for Lawton McKenzie, an independent candidate. So a very, very narrow lead at this time and still early counting yet.
And those boxes are not yet correct. It says 111 of 100.
No, that can't be correct. No,
no, they have no. The box count. So the data is coming in for several boxes, but then there's no count associated with it. So we're reporting only the count data.
Okay, so in Grange Hill,
right? So
yes,
that's Grange
the
Hill.
GLP is leading with
40 votes to 35 for the PNP's candidate.
Too early.
Too early.
Good.
All right, so staying in Westmoreland Western, we can now look at Little London, where Ian Miles is ahead with 107 votes compared to 79 votes for Oliver Anthony Reid of the PNP.
And Ian Miles, one of the defectors.
Yes, he was.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so that was Westmoreland Western there. Nothing coming out yet for Westmoreland Central, but let's look at Westmoreland Eastern. All right, and we'll start with Betheltown. All right, so Betheltown, we have 69 votes being cast here for Dan Ray Delancey of the PNP, compared to 57 for Carolyn Ramsey of the JLP. So that's what's coming up right now for Betheltown. All right, if we continue, here we're looking at St. Elizabeth Southwest, and so far we have results for the Brompton Division, 182 votes for O'Neill Buchanan of the PNP, compared to 119 for Whitney Smith Curry of the JLP.
And
so that's coming out of Brompton.
And that name, Buchanan, resonates in St. Elizabeth politics. Yes, from the old PNP veteran, Danny Buchanan. And in Brompton, his wife, was a councillor there for some time. I don't know whether O'Neill Anthony Buchanan is related to them, but the name Buchanan resonates strongly.
And don't forget
St.
that Hugh Buchanan was also a member of Parliament for St. Elizabeth Southwestern, because he was the one who beat Tufton by 13 votes.
Right.
Tanika Thomas, I think, is ready for us at the AOJ. Yes, Tanika Thomas at the Electoral Office of Jamaica with the Director of Elections, Smartboard Brown. We send it over to her.
And George, I'm now joined by the Director of Elections, Mr. Smartboard Brown. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Brown. And you're speaking with Nationwide Radio and Scene TV. So it's now approximately 6:30. What's your overall assessment so far of the day? Polls are closed.
I think went fairly well for us. There were some minor issues, but we were somewhat concerned in the late afternoon with that issue in Montego Bay, that shooting in front of the primary school in Flankers. But that caused for us in that location that we had to shut down polls, the taking of the poll for a couple of hours. And then we started late in the afternoon. But overall, it was a fairly smooth and good day for us so far. We're just doing the preliminary work now, and then we'll do assessment later this week.
That incident you mentioned in the Flankers division in St. James, will it affect in terms of vote counting?
Not really. The stations began operating late in the afternoon. We have completed the voting there. And then we'll do the primary count tonight. And then we'll embark on the final count starting tomorrow.
So far we understand that approximately 23% of voters voted as at 3 p.m. Compare that for us, for our viewers, in comparison to what took place in 2016, the last local polls.
It's a marginal increase over where it was at 3 p.m. in 2016. Remember, at the end of 2016, the count was 30.06. So we are very hopeful that we can go beyond that 30.06. But we'll see what happens later tonight.
35 is pushing it too much? 35%.
There are things of where we are now, but we await the final results later tonight.
I know today is your busiest day, but just before you go, walk through for our viewers and our listeners, what happens from here? What's happening now at the centers across the island?
What happened is that at our counting centers, the boxes from the different polling stations will now be brought into the returning officer, who will then do their prayer tallying. And then after that, declare on a preliminary basis who the potential winner is. What will happen come tomorrow morning, that they will then sit down, go box by box, and do the final count. And then hopefully in another day and a half, we should have the final count and declare the winner for the respective divisions.
Thank you so much for speaking with us, Mr. Brown.
Welcome.
There you have it, Cliff
Thank
and
you.
George. Mr. Smartboard Brown, he is the Director of Election, just giving us an understanding of what's taking place as we continue to monitor what's happening here at the Electoral Office on Red Hills Road in Kingston.
Tanika and George.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to Western Westmoreland just a little bit with our data expert, because it's important to note that the man who went in as the councillor is now running as independent, Lord Mackenzie, and he won the seat by only 42 votes for the PNP in 2016. And those numbers, just to give the viewers an idea of how early those numbers are, he won with 892 votes in 2016, which means that if we're only at 40 and 35, we have a long way to go in Western Westmoreland. And his role as a spoiler or his role as a winner will only begin to take shape as time goes on. So he won by 42 votes, beating the JLP candidate in Grange Hill, in Grange Hill division in 2016. He is an independent this year, so the numbers are showing you that we have a far way to go before we get up to the 800 region. Perhaps 900 votes is what it will take to win this seat this evening. You were also showing us, Janae, the overall picture, because you showed us the overall picture earlier where the PNP nationally, where the PNP had more votes at that time. So it has changed now. So tell us what the national picture is showing us.
It has changed now, and the JLP has taken that lead with a total 13,624 votes counted for the JLP candidates across the island. thus far. So we see another report is starting to load. So if we'll just give it a minute, we'll have some more updated statistics.
Yeah, right. So one of the things that the people on our social media side, Cliff, have asked us to do is to tell them who's the incumbent in the divisions as we go along, because they want to know which defending champion is holding it. But it's still very, very early, so the numbers at 35 and 40 votes are coming in. It doesn't really make sense to analyze it from that perspective. We're going to Saeed Bernard and his crew of young people.
Could I give you some results as we wait on the board to update? Out of St. James, yes. Donia Allen Thompson of the JLP leading with 547 votes against Jackson of the PNP with 104, yes. 547 for the JLP's Donia Allen Thompson against 104 for the PNP's Jackson. That's in Glen Devon. And we're also being told that the labor rights in Montego Bay North are celebrating because Senator Charles Sinclair has retained his seat in Montego Bay North.
Beating my good friend Alan Bernard. All right, let's go to Saeed Bernard, and then we'll come back to Janae, who will have some updates for us. Just before I come to you, Saeed, we can tell the viewers as well that it appears to be like the Labour Party is running away with Portland. Running away with Portland is what we're getting here at our election centre. That's the report from Portland. The JLP, based on the box count so far, they have the upper hand, and they're sitting on a significant cushion across the divisions in Portland. Saeed, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, George and Cliff. Well, we're over here and we're talking and we're saying, the voter turnout does not seem good. We were hoping that Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown, could have given us an update just now as to what the number is looking like. But we are having the conversation. But before I go to the brigadiers, as you call them, George, I'm getting some information as well that in Maypen West, Lorraine Green Mason of the Jamaica Labour Party, she seems like she might be able to flip that division. And I'm also hearing that the racecourse division, currently held by Pauline Reynolds, I believe it is, that certainly might be flipped over to Kijana Johnson of the People's National Party. Some information preliminarily coming out of Clarendon based on sources out there. But coming now to the good people beside me, the voter turnout. Based on what you saw, social media, talking to your peers, do you think that 18 to 35-year-olds came out for this election? Sewell?
I think it's, I would say based on Twitter, because, I've been on Twitter all morning trying to gauge what's happening. And I will say based on Twitter, I see quite a few young people, who have said that they came out and they voted. I will say what I've noticed since the last general election and this one, that young people have been a lot more vocal, saying, I went out, I voted for my party, whether it be PNP or JLP. So I think that's a good indication. Whether or not we see like a lot of young people coming out is a different discussion. And I keep asking myself, and I have this conversation a lot on Twitter too, is trying to figure out what is that gap, like what is preventing young people from actually wanting to participate and wanting to go out and have their voice said. I think that is another discussion for us to have. But I think a few people came out. I don't know if it's like a huge amount based on the videos that I've seen so far.
Well, we certainly see from the numbers. But what do you make of it, Ronaldinho?
Yes, I think I kind of want to pick up from where Sewell left off, talking about that gap, and say how it seems to me is that the young people who are already tapped into politics, who are already interested and concerned with this kind of thing, are going to be the ones who routinely go out and vote. I don't see new younger people who are generally otherwise uninterested in the political process being energized by either party to actually come out in their droves today. Okay. And that speaks generally to the disconnect that Sewell is talking about. And I know, like she said, we can have lots of conversations about that. It seems like politics, at least in Jamaica, has not yet come off that rarefied high horse and connected to the average, the normie young voter or potential young voter in a real way.
Well, social media, there's a video of a woman clad in a wonderful green shirt, and she says, who are you voting for, they asked. She says, of course, the Jamaica Labour Party. She was asked why. She said, because she have her fish fry for building upstairs her house. And frankly speaking, them give her 3 bag of chicken, so she have to vote this one. If PNP coming right now with 4 bag of chicken, she have to vote PNP. She also says, she said, I don't have a problem switching, because if the big MPs can switch, then the little me can't switch too, and then she even ran a joke to say, yeah, Andrew might be PNP 4 years from now. So that sort of transactional essence of politics. I feel as if sometimes you don't want to actually admit that it is a part of the Jamaican politics, yeah? What transactional benefit are young people not seeing for them not to come out and vote at the polls, or for them not to be incentivized to come out and vote at the polls?
Sure, I can start with this one. I look to politics in the United States, and in fact, lots of the Jamaican youth population is far more interested and engaged with politics in the United States than they are with politics here in Jamaica. And the politics we see in the United States is it's very cultural. It's very relatable to the average potential young voter. It gives them issues that seem more relatable to them and seem more within their grasp and control to fix. So we think about things like climate change. We think about things like rights for younger people. And they think they can have much more of an impact on that cultural level than when you juxtapose that with the scene in Jamaica and the kinds of discourse that occupies politics.
So you're saying that
crime,
the crime, the economics, the roads, we're so used to all of that happening. You want some more. You want more to stimulate the brain.
It's not just that we're so used to it. It's that lots of young people feel like that kind of thing is completely outside of their grasp to fix or to change.
Okay.
And so there's less of the kinds of issues that that they would gravitate to, that would rivet them, that would energize them.
Yeah, because from I know myself so well, this has always been an issue, getting out the voters. Andrew Holness, when he came in and trumped with the supermajority at the last election, 2020, he really seemed to have mobilized the young people where that is concerned. Do you think they can hold that?
And I think what I think is missing, I think young people of today, I think we have dreams, we have goals. Like, the world has changed. People, like, we have aspirations. People want to travel. You want to be able to have money to do things. And I think there's that missing piece that is happening now. People don't feel like they're able to, like, really attain things and to make a good life for themselves. And I think because of that, there's that disconnect with things.
Absolutely. Well, you hear it, youth voices. That's what we're seeing so far about the interesting results as they come to the fore. Back over to you, George and Cliff.
All right, those are the, that's a team from Blue Dot Insights crunching the numbers for us. You can see Kevin O'Brien Chang in his white T-shirt, taking pictures in that unique way of his. And yeah, those are the ones feeding the data, that team feeding the data through to Janae Stevens-Taylor here, who has data for us, has some data for us. Just before we take that latest refresh from the EOJ's office, the JLP General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, has been patrolling much of St. James since the opening of polls this morning, and he joins us this evening. Dr. Chang, good afternoon. Good evening, rather.
Good evening. George, how are you?
I'm fine. What's the report from St. James? How did it look through your lens?
Who has won the elections, Dr. Chang?
That's a redundant question. But,
why is it redundant? Why is it redundant?
Because we are winning. It's a debate with them.
We, meaning the JLP, why do you say you're winning?
No, the results are coming in, certainly from my constituency. We would have won all the seats there, but they're not all in yet in actual fact, but we know we got the feedback. The turnout was relatively low, but I said that's what I expected. The JLP was energized, much more energized. The base came out, and some PNP came out.
What was the percentage? What was the percentage turnout you got?
I haven't really calculated it yet, but it's been the 20% I suspect.
Oh, so you're winning in your constituency. I gather Charles Sinclair, Donna Allen Thompson have won in your constituency.
Damian Brown, the new candidates, which are the concerns, Mr. Cummings. And we have had the reports indication coming out of Spring Guard, but I will be getting other results in a little while. I'm certainly out in the rural areas.
It's not your constituency. It's not your constituency. What about Maroon Town in St. James South? What's the report from there?
We have good turnout. I haven't got that figure, any figures out of that yet. I'm waiting those results. I expect Mr. Cook will come home in Marvintown.
And Portland, I'm getting a report that you have won, the JLP has won Portland decisively. Could be as many as 8 of the 9 seats in Portland. What is your report?
I expect that. I spoke to Mr. Vaz this morning, but I expect Portland to come home. Mr. Vaz has a pretty powerful machine over there. I've seen how it operates, and they will take the seats home.
Oh, you spoke to him this morning? You spoke to him this morning? I spoke to him about 20 minutes ago, and he told me that you have captured Port Antonio from the PNP for the first time in many, many years. Yeah. Dexter Rowland has lost in Port Antonio. Is that your information?
That's what I'm hearing, that you'd have taken pretty much all the seats out there, and that would be a tremendous bottom blow to the PNP in that region if they once they lose Port Antonio.
I have to ask you about St. Mary, Dr. Chang. All the polls suggested that you would get a battering in St. Mary. What's the early report out of the parish?
I haven't got a report on them. I don't expect a battering, but I know my colleague, chairman of the party, Mr. Montague, has been out there, and he has the capacity to really pull that parish together once he applies himself. As I said, there'll be some challenges, but I expect him to pull it home.
And what's the early report you're getting from the KSAMC in terms of how you are doing precisely? Brandon Hill, Papine, Raytown, those 3 key divisions. Any report from that section of the island?
No, it's still early days. I haven't got the numbers of those at all. Got the coordination that KSAMC I can let the team up there on that, and I'll await the report a little bit later. Right? Within the hour, I should have that coming in.
All right.
As I said, they have identified the key seats, and it will be case they see that close. There are 4 or 5 seats that you monitor.
Well, when the voting is done, we're going to come back to you, Dr. Chang, because we need to speak to you if at the end of the evening your party has won, or indeed if your party has been defeated. So we'll make another link with you later.
Defeat is not the language. It's not in the mix.
I'm a journalist, so I have to use that language. All right, but we'll check in with you later again. With you later.
All right.
All right, Dr. Horace Chang, the General Secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, the MP for Northwest St. James. Janae, back to you on the board. What do you have for us?
Well, we have the figures from Dr. Chang's constituency coming in here, right? So St. James Northwest?
Yes.
All right, so let's go from the top. There are quite a few divisions in here. We have Montego Bay Central. So something I want to point out. We have this running tally at the bottom of the screen here that tells, whenever I click, how many divisions have been won and by which party. Right now, quick snapshots showing...
We need to increase the size of the font. People are saying it's very difficult to see the size of the font. Even me here. So at the bottom there, what are you saying?
Right, so what this is showing me is that for the 4 divisions in St. James Northwest, the JLP is ahead in all 4 of those divisions as of right now. Mm-hmm. And we can look at the numbers one at a time. So Montego Bay Central, for example, we have Joshua Cummings from the JLP with 63% of the vote, or 671 votes, compared to Ronald Anglin Jr. with the remaining 36.28% of votes, or 382 votes. So this is Montego Bay Central. Then when we look at Montego Bay North, Donya Allen Thompson of the JLP capturing 70% of the votes there, 734 of the votes already counted, compared to 309 votes, or the remaining 30%, for Ronaldo Jackson of the JLP. Staying in the constituency and now looking at Montego Bay Northeastern, Charles Sinclair of the JLP away with 62% of the vote, or 847 votes, compared to 572 for Alan Bernard of the PNP. All right, and then in that final division, which is Montego Bay West, we have Damian Brown of the JLP, 73 votes, or 68% of the votes secured, compared to 34 votes, or 32%, for Andrew Henry of the PNP. So in that constituency, we have all 4 divisions at this time going to the JLP.
And just a note, Montego Bay Northeast, the count doesn't have much further to go, because in the last election, 2016, the JLP, same Charles Sinclair, he polled 1,470 votes. The PNP only pulled out 365. And at this stage,
we're at 847 and 517 in that division.
So already, Alan Bernard has polled more votes for the PNP so far this year than the candidate managed in the last local government elections in losing to Charles Sinclair. So Alan Bernard has already outpolled the previous PNP candidate in Montego Bay Northeast and still appears on track to fall to the Senator Charles Sinclair Jr.
All right, what else do you have for us, Janae?
All right, so the question was asked of Dr. Chang, what is happening in St. Mary?
Yes.
All right, so let's start with St. Mary West. And so far we have votes coming in from the Caron Hall division.
Bobby Montague. That's
right,
the JLP,
100
that's the JLP bastion in Western St. Mary.
All right, well, so far the votes are heading in that direction. 62% of the votes going to the JLP candidate Doreen Hutchinson in Caron Hall. That's 147 votes compared to 89 votes so far, or 38%, to Sean Green of the PNP.
Still very early.
Still quite low numbers, so early days yet. Nothing yet coming in from the St. Mary Central, but the color is the other way for St. Mary Southeast, where the PNP is ahead, but again, these numbers are very low. They've just started to really release some results there.
That's Ainsworth Freeman, that's Belfield.
In Belfield, we have 19 votes.
PNP stronghold in Southeast St. Mary.
Compared
the former mayor, Levan Freeman. Yeah, the former mayor of Portmore.
Yes.
He's leading. Early lead.
Very small, but early lead.
But just to show how early it is, the last time Freeman polled 1,178 votes to win. So we are very
have
much
a far way to
we have
go.
a far way to go.
Yes.
That is right. All right, we continue to await the data from
St.
Portland.
Thomas. What's happening in St. Thomas?
Right now, St. Thomas is lit up completely orange. Right, lit up orange means that's. But look how many we haven't gotten from Yalos, we haven't gotten from Landui, nothing from Cedar Valley, Trinityville, Seaforth. We're still waiting for that. So in St. Thomas West, so far we only have data coming out of White Horses, which has the PNP's Hubert Williams ahead with 49 votes compared to Davion McKenzie's 26. All right, and if we go to St. Thomas East, we have a little bit more happening here, but the PNP is ahead in Morant Bay, in Port Morant, and in Bath, right? And out in Dalvey, we have the JLP's Wilbert Walker ahead with 170 votes.
Okay, so we await more numbers from there.
So we continue to await numbers from there. Where haven't we touched on yet? Have we touched on Clarendon? We haven't gone to Clarendon.
No.
All right, so let's start with Clarendon Southeast. All right, so let's start with Hayes. In Hayes right now, Hayes is for the PNP candidate, Barneswell with 300. Cian Barneswell with 318 votes, compared to 246 for Marsha Curlew of the JLP. So that's in the Hayes division.
And that's in Southeast, Pernell Charles Jr.'s constituency.
Yes, Southeast Clarendon. Staying in the constituency, but moving on to Mineral Heights, we have Colin Coke securing 407, or 70%, just around 70% of the votes thus far in Mineral Heights for the JLP, compared to Shady and Donaldson, 179 votes for the PNP.
Stick up in. The last time in Mineral Heights, it took the JLP polled 1,564 votes, the PNP 1,041. So there was a 525 vote difference between the winner and the loser. So we still have a far way to go.
We still have a far way to go.
There you go.
But the JLP is ahead there. Palmer's Cross. All right, so we have 152 votes for Caroline Benjamin of the JLP, 46%. So this one is quite close right now, but the numbers are still quite small, early counting. 46% for both candidates, and only a 1 vote difference right now, and 23 votes being registered for Nor Patrick Smith and independents.
And again, the context is the last election, the JLP won the division with 1,696 votes. The PNP got 1,148. So based on those tiny numbers on the board, we are nowhere near finishing this Palmer's Cross. Yeah.
Right here now.
Yes. All right. So finally, we have Rocky Point, also in the constituency right now, in favor of the JLP's Winston Mirage.
That's the mayor.
Yep.
393
Yeah.
compared to 286 for the PNP candidate, Yvonne Wilson.
And the added context is, in the last election, Winston Mirage won Rocky Point. He got 2,011 votes. The PNP's candidate got 1,186. So again, based on those numbers, the count is nowhere near complete.
All right, let's look somewhere else in Clarendon. See what we have here.
We went there already.
We went there already.
Can you find...
Go to Manchester?
Manchester, okay, let's start with Manchester South. All right, so Alligator Pond is first up, and very, very low numbers. We have 25 for Martin Gill of the JLP compared to 14 for Omar Robinson of the PNP. So still quite early there. More votes coming in Grovetown, where we have 139 votes for Iceville.
Yeah.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Right. Iceville Brown, 131 compared to 133 for Ronaldo Schloss of the PNP. So very close here in this early count.
And that should go up to, because it took the JLP polled 1,947 votes there last time to beat the PNP, who polled 1,109. So a far way to go as well. This is just to give context of how early the counting is, so you don't get excited either way.
Right. And then looking at Newport, so this one has more votes, but I'm still a far way to go here. 410 votes, or 58% for Martin Tomlinson of the JLP, compared to 293 for Anthony Bryce of the PNP.
And that number will go up to 1,631, which is what the PNP polled there the last time to win the division. PNP 1,631 last time, the JLP 940.
And Manchester Southern is interesting because this is traditional PNP country. It flipped quite shockingly to Robert Chin of the JLP in 2020. And if the PNP is on its way to winning the local elections, then it must be carrying South Manchester. Wouldn't you agree, Damien?
I agree with you, because that Manchester is one of the councils that the PNP was projected by your Blue Dot poll to retain.
Yes.
Certainly it has to do well in those seats in southern Manchester.
Continue, Jenny.
All right, so if we stay in Manchester, we just looked at Manchester South. Let's take a look at Manchester Central.
Rhoda Moy Crawford seat.
All right, so all low numbers. So let's start with the one where we have the most votes coming in, and that's Royal Flat. So 269 votes for Richard Della Pena of the JLP, 55% of the votes there, compared to 222 votes for Donovan Mitchell of the PNP.
Yeah, that's the mayor.
Sorry, can we ask our Blue Dot team if we can get the number of boxes counted? Yeah, out of what numbers remaining to be counted.
Okay.
We need to get that data. Yes. How many boxes have counted from the total? Yes, so we can judge better.
Yeah, but hold on.
So the explanation that we got from the EOJ is when they send through the data, it's the box counts, although they may have started it, it may not be finished, right? So we're getting some data from some boxes, which is pushing up this count, but it doesn't mean that the box is finished.
But that's why I've been giving the context of what was polled last time in the absence of that, so people can know, approximate where the count is and how much further the count has to go.
Mario Mitchell, I see up there. Chanel Dixon, tell me about that one.
Yes, so this is Belfield, the Belfield division in Manchester Central.
Strong PNP, but it went for Rhoda Moy Crawford in the general in 2020. What are the early numbers telling us?
The early numbers telling us that the PNP candidate is ahead with 126 votes compared to 88 votes for the JLP's Chanel Dixon. But this is one to watch. Again, the count is quite low.
Yeah,
All
good.
right.
Also in central Manchester?
So also in central Manchester, of course, we have the Mandeville division, which right now is a hot contest. Only 2 votes separate the candidates whom have secured votes thus far. Oliphant Jones of the PNP with 90 votes, and Charmaine Stevenson with 88 votes for the JLP.
Mandeville, like Papine, is hand-to-hand combat. Yes, both parties have thrown everything in that division because Mandeville is crucial. Yes, So we're going to continue to watch. Let's look, only what, 2 votes?
Only 2 votes separate them at this time.
But
it tends to swing.
Yeah, but
yes.
Context again, this vote will go up to the last time when the PNP won it, they polled 1,210 to the JLP's 1172. Charmaine Stevenson.
So we're not even at
was
10%.
But Cliff, we should add the context that because this division is so important, the JLP went for a brand name candidate because Charmaine Stevenson is, of course, the granddaughter of the late legend Cecil C. Charlton. So
yes.
it's somebody who's known to Mandeville, and she has, well, they thought that she would have benefited from the familial link that would have caused people to support the Charlton family. She fell short in 2016, and the PNP is hoping that she falls short again this year. We have Daryl Vaz, the Member of Parliament for Western Portland, the man who brands himself as Mr. Portland. Preliminary reports we're hearing is that the JLP, if not 9-0 across the 2 constituencies in Portland, certainly 8-1. And Daryl Vaz will tell us if what we're hearing is correct. Good afternoon. Good evening, Mr. Vaz.
Afternoon to you and your listeners.
All right. Have you won Portland, and by how much?
Well, so far, remember that the official count has not been concluded as yet. So what we are getting as a result is our exit polls from our indoor agents at the various polling stations. I can indicate clearly that the poll results and the canvass results are coming back clearly in our favor. So far, I would say comfortably. We are just waiting on Port Antonio and Prospect, which are 2 very strong traditional PNP divisions. Port Antonio being the longest serving councillor in the municipal council as we speak today. I have 5, Mrs. Vaz has 5, I have 4 divisions, so it's 9. We currently win and hold a 72 lead, and we are, all 9 were in play as I indicated to Cliff before. Buff Bay is close. You'll recall that I changed 2 councillors, sitting councillors, and Buff Bay was also an issue, so I can't declare that one as yet because it's too close to call at this point. But I would not be surprised if the end result is 9-0 or 8-1. And I have to give all credit.
Before you go on, Mr. Vaz, let us be very clear. The results you're talking about are the results that your indoor agents...
Yes, internal JLP results.
That they would have been at the counting center.
As a matter of fact, they are still people waiting to vote. They are closed 2 clusters because of persons and obviously issues with IDs, etc. So as we speak, there are still persons on compounds in Buff Bay and Orange Bay that are still voting.
But just to be clear, these numbers are from your indoor agents.
These are my internal numbers. I haven't got any official tally from the Electoral Office.
Okay, sir.
But I can indicate that the results are definitely looking favorable. And as I said before, as soon as the results are final, obviously we can discuss the official results.
Okay, sir. Good.
All the best.
Thank you. George.
Yeah, so he made a very important intervention. Do you have a fresh update for us, Janine?
I have a fresh update for you. I'm not able to confirm what Mr. Vaz is hearing on the ground because perhaps because of those open centers that he's referring to. The count seems to be going rather slowly in Portland. I have no data as of right now for Portland West. And I only have for Portland Eastern, only Fellowship has started registering some data. And right now it's a hot contest between the 2 parties in that area with only a 2 vote difference between the 2.
The PNP's Colin Bell and Shanique Green
for the JLP. So something is happening in Portland in terms of the counting. It's lagging behind the other parishes, so we're not able to confirm that intelligence.
Just before people get upset with us and wondering what we're doing, listen, the elections in Jamaica have been going on from the devil was a boy or earlier. What happens is that political parties often are able to celebrate at the close of polls because based on what their canvass and their internal tally has showed them, more of their people turned up and participated in the process than the opposition, but than their opponent. And so they are able to say, well, we are ahead and we're just waiting for the official count to say that we are victors. So it's age old. So when we say that we hear that so-and-so is heading in that direction, it's that kind of data that informs the process. It's not an innovation of ours. It's something that is part and parcel of electoral analysis, which is why, of course, exit polling is so very important for both parties and, of course, for analysts like ourselves.
But I think the audience would want, though, for you to speak with a member or an official from the People's National Party, because so far we've heard from 2 members of the Jamaica Labour Party to provide a kind of more balanced analysis. Get insights from both parties. I think you have to have members of the People's National Party to speak with you as well. Because they may be saying something entirely different from what
Mr. Gordon,
the JLP members may be saying.
Yeah? I know we're booked to speak with Fitz Jackson.
Yes, sure.
So we're hoping that when will we be getting Mr. Jackson within the next hour or 2, yes? Let me also tell you, it is 7 o'clock, yes? 2 hours ago, the polls closed, and you're watching Local Vote 24 right here on NNN Scene TV. You can also see us live on YouTube at Nationwide 90 FM and, of course, on air, yes, on 90 FM band. We're also live on Scene TV and Digi Plus, channel 16. You can also join the conversation in our social media pages, Instagram, Nationwide 90 FM, and X at Nationwide Radio. And you can tweet us by using the hashtag LocalVote24. And George?
Yeah, Bill and Rogers in Toronto, Canada is where you can find Scene TV. Optimum in the tri-state area in the USA. And YouTube at Scene TV and Scene app in the App Store.
We're going to take a break and come back with more of Local Vote 24.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chloro Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
JN Money Card send from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
Live better mind and body with Quartz. Prep, grab and go with up to 25% off small appliances. Stay fit with up to 20% off gym equipment. And rest well and save up to $30,000 on select mattresses. Shop today with no cash and pay overtime on 6 to 48 months credit. Love you more. So rest, recharge, and live better with Quartz. Bringing value home. Offers end March 31, 2024. Conditions apply.
Hot like fever, cause we are getting more than Western Union. 24 winners will win 2 season passes for Chance 2024. Collect 2 or more Western Union money transfers in store or using the GK1 app from February 9 to March 11 for a chance to win. Others on the second 50th of the betting game and lottery app.
I'm your host Colleen, and it is time for
the Gospel Report. Lord, where would I be without your grace and mercy?
JN Money Card send from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money CAD sent from abroad. JN Money CAD.
Okay, I'm Bongo Herman, master drummer, singer, and percussion player for CTV. Big up yourself. When you look with, don't change your dial. Better get ready, come do rock steady. You've got to do it like CTV. You've got to do it just like CTV.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized on the Section 58(3) of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Love you more and live better mind and body with Quartz. Prep, grab, and go with up to 25% off small appliances. Stay fit with up to 20% off gym equipment. And rest well and save up to $30,000 on select mattresses. Shop today with no cash and pay overtime on 6 to 48 months credit. Love you more. So rest, recharge, and live better with Quartz. Bringing value home. Offers end March 31, 2024. Conditions apply.
We are at it again. The region's official broadcasters of the Paris Olympics will be in the Spice Isle to bring you the 51st Caribbean Games. Yes, the best young athletes from across the Caribbean will square off for pride and gold while having the time of their lives in Grenada. And your home of champions will be there from March 30 to April 1. The 51st Caribbean Games. Don't miss a minute of the action on Sportsman's.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel, Link, Western Union, JN Money Services, Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chloro Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
JN Money CAD sent from abroad. JN Money CAD. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money CAD free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money CAD sent from abroad. JN Money CAD.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel, Link, Western Union, JN Money Services, Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chloro Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Okay, I'm Bongo Herman, master drummer, singer, and percussion player for CTV. Big up yourself. When you look with, don't change your dial. Better get ready, come do rock steady. You've got to do it like CTV. You've got to do it just like CTV.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel, Link, Western Union, JN Money Services, Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chloro Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Welcome back to NNN Scene TV. It's election night results here on Local Vote 24. I'm Cliff Hughes.
And I'm George Davis.
And you have an item of news?
Yes, an item of news. We understand from the police report that a vehicle belonging to the Electoral Office of Jamaica, EOJ, that vehicle was transporting ballot boxes in St. James. The vehicle went over a precipice in Catadupa in the parish, and the police team escorting, of course the vehicle is being escorted by a police team. That police team is on the scene now trying to ensure that nothing goes missing. So again, an EOJ vehicle carrying ballot boxes went over a precipice in Catadupa in St. James. The police were escorting the vehicle, are on the scene, so there was no lag time between that incident happening and the police responding.
All right, we have some results now from the hotly contested Papine division in St. Andrew East. Janae Stevens-Taylor.
All right, Cliff. So St. Andrew Eastern, the JLPs, Venetia Phillips ahead at this time of counting, 839 votes for Venetia Phillips, or 56% of the vote, compared to Darrington Ferguson of the PNP securing 655 votes up to the last report, and 18 votes for the independent George Planto. So Venetia Phillips ahead with 839 votes in the Papine division. Staying in St. Andrew Eastern and taking a look at Mona, Gary Gordon of the JLP is ahead with 1,141 votes, or 58% of the votes, compared to 43% of the votes for Carol Little, 844 votes for the PNP.
That sounds like a significant number of votes counted there in the Mona division.
Well,
George?
yeah, well, the last time the Mona division, which the last election had the highest number of electors in the island, the JLP won with 2,860. So it's a far way to go.
So it's still just under
halfway
there.
Half.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the JLP leading in Mona and in Papine.
And in Papine, that is correct.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now let's stay in the corporate area a little bit more. So let's go to St. Andrew Western. So we just did Eastern. Let's head to St. Andrew Western, where we're seeing the PNP is ahead. So let's head into those divisions there and see what is happening. Where was I?
No. That's St. Andrews Southwest.
Southwest. Yeah. Sorry.
All right.
Western. Here we go. Right. It's not doing what I wanted. So click it here.
Okay.
All right. So St. Andrew Western is coming up. So still early voting there. We're really only getting counts coming in from Seaview Gardens. So that's one of the slower areas in terms of
what about
the
St.
count.
Andrews Southeast? Trafalgar Park Division with Carrie Douglas and Jesse James, Julian Robinson's seat.
Here we go. St. Andrews Southeast. Carrie Douglas has secured so far 181 votes, or 64% of the votes counted, compared to Jesse Clark with 99 votes. So that's what's happening in Trafalgar. No data coming in yet from Vineyard Town.
Stay with Trafalgar, because it's necessary to tell the viewers as well and the listeners that that was won by 75 votes by the PNP at the last election in 2016. The PNP polled 1,381 votes, the JLP 1,306.
All right, so very early counting in the corporate area, but let's take a look at some of the numbers in Kingston. So this is now Kingston East and Port Royal. Focusing on the Norman Gardens division here, we have the PNP's Jacqueline Lewis with 84% of the votes, 291 of what's been counted so far. The runner-up here is an independent candidate, George Williams, with 44%, and the JLP's Charmaine Simpson with 11 votes so far, 44 votes, sorry, not 44%, 44 votes for the independent candidate and 11 votes for Charmaine Simpson. And
I don't
this is
expect
in
that to change much.
Norman Gardens.
That is the PNP stronghold.
Well, I can tell you,
East Kingston.
Yeah, the last election, the PNP polled 2,419 in Norman Gardens. The JLP only got 309, so they beat them by 2,100 votes in the 2016 election.
Well,
so we can call that one as well.
This data is suggesting that that trend may hold in that area. Let's look at Kingston West. All right, and we'll focus on Denham Town first. So right now, Denham Town, 85 votes for the PNP's Patricia Taylor. 93% of the votes counted thus far compared to only 6 for Jermaine Hyatt. Nothing for the independent candidates as yet.
Refresh. All right, so we can take a refresh of the board because we understand that, the results obviously are coming in faster and thicker now. 2 hours and 16 minutes since the close of polls. And again, Cliff and viewers and panel.
I would love to get a national picture now.
She's going to give that to you.
The data people.
Just to say.
How are we standing in terms of across the country, in terms of votes counted? And you see the map trending orange now. Look at the west, look at the center, look at the east.
The popular vote is on this bar here.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So the PNP right now is ahead in the popular vote with 51.36%. So you've noticed, as Cliff is pointing out, that we're seeing more of the map lit up orange than we were an hour ago, particularly in this western corridor, as well as along the north coast.
And in the west.
And we're
and
still seeing in the east with St. Thomas and Portland, but we know that the data there is slow to come.
How much is the JLP? 50 what? 40 what?
The JLP is at 48.27% of the popular votes so far, or 105,360 votes. Based on this information, so far, 218,267.
Well, that's a big victory for my
PNP. And the PNP is ahead by 3 points or 2 points, 51 to 48.
Yes.
Have we looked at St. Anne?
Yes.
St. Anne.
All right, so we want to go to St. Anne. Let's start with St. Anne Southwest. So in the Alexandria division, the JLP ahead there with 750 votes for Rohan Davidson compared to 232 votes for Christopher French. So this is St. Anne, Southwest in the Alexandria division. Looking at Calderwood, here the PNP is ahead. Paul McFarling securing 103 votes to 58 votes for Pauline Trowers. All right, and then Gibraltar, we have Cardell Wickham for the JLP ahead here with 55% of the votes, or 251 of the votes counted so far, compared to 201 votes for Nordia Thompson of the PNP. Right, so that's St. Anne Southwestern there. All right, let's come out of that. And let's look at St. Anne Southeastern. So starting with Bensonton division, we have 263 votes for the PNP's Clovis. Help me out with his last name, George?
Gohagan.
Right, Gohagan.
Yeah.
So 263 votes there compared to 149 for Maxine Simpson of the JLP and 126 votes for Lydia Richards as an independent candidate.
That's the sitting councillor going into the elections. I was trying to make the point, and I have to make it, that the reason for giving the 2016 numbers is to ease some of the anxiety that you have, regardless of which party you support. So when Janae brings up the numbers, I give you the numbers from the last elections so you can have a sense of where the count is, because we don't have the information to tell us how many boxes are complete to give you that completeness of information. So in the absence of the box count, I give you the overall vote tally from the last election so you can know where in the count they likely are. It's for context and perspective.
Good. Some more results.
All right, so that was Bensonton. Now let's take a look at what's going on in Claremont. So in Claremont, Cadian Harty of the PNP is ahead with 58% of the votes, or 688 votes counted, compared to Chastelly's 494, or 42% of the votes. So the PNP is ahead in Claremont. Looking now at Monique, the PNP also ahead here, 765 votes for Lloyd Garrick, the PNP's candidate in this division, 78% of the votes, compared to only 22% for Delroy Kelly of the JLP. So that is where Monique stands at this time. So that's South.
So the PNP comfortably ahead in Lisa Hanna's St. Anne Southeast seat. Yeah?
Right. So 3 of the 4 divisions in this constituency are in favor of the PNP at this time.
They're leading in 3 of the 4.
They're leading in
divisions.
3 of 4.
Yes. Next.
All
Where
right.
are we going next?
So let's go to St. Anne Northeast, and we'll start with Exchange. So Ian Clive of the JLP is ahead of his competitor Trevor Greer of the PNP. 74% of the votes secured for Isaacs of the JLP, or 387 votes, compared to 139 for Greer, or 26% of the votes at this time.
Just before you go, the box count is coming up now because it's telling us that 6 of 28 boxes? Is that what it's saying us overall, or just what's that?
This is boxes within the division that they've won so far. All right, and then Limehall. So the JLP ahead here, 396 votes for the JLP's Geneva Gordon Bailey. That's 61% of the votes counted so far, compared to 251 votes for Desmond Gilmore, just around 39%. So this is the Limehall division in St. Anne Northeast. Ocho Rios, 60 votes for Michael Belnavis of the JLP, compared to 37 for Nicola Hamilton of the PNP. So this is one of those areas where fewer votes coming in at this time. And then finally we have St. Anne's Bay in the St. Anne Northeast. So we have Dallas Dickinson for the JLP ahead with 193 votes. That's just about 75% of the votes in his favor, compared to Nathaniel Lawrence with 66, or 25% of the vote.
Westmoreland. Can we go to Westmoreland?
We can go to Westmoreland. Before I go to Westmoreland, let me just see if I have a later update for you. So I have now data as at 7:17 p.m. And let's head to Westmoreland. All right, let's start with Westmoreland Eastern. Betheltown is first up on the list. And we have Danray Delancey of the PNP with 820 votes to the JLP Carolyn Ramsey's 498. There are quite a few independent candidates here. Aaron Williams securing 34 votes, Lorraine McPherson Williams securing 16, and Winston Wright securing 12 votes. So Betheltown right now in favor of the PNP.
Hold on. Before you leave Betheltown, there's something very important to note about Betheltown. We're nearing the end in that count because if we were to go by 2016, the PNP won with 848 votes. The JLP candidate got 474. So those numbers are, well,
trending there.
Absolutely so. So this race is almost over.
And the PNP candidate is comfortably ahead.
The PNP is comfortably ahead, so that looks to be a division you can chalk for the PNP tonight.
Correct. All right, so going down now to Darlaston, 947 votes for Jerome Bacchus of the PNP, well and comfortably ahead of Godfrey Walters of the JLP with 580 votes.
All right, stick up in again, because the last time in Darlaston, the PNP polled 1,121 votes, which is nearish enough to that, and the JLP polled 546. So again, this one is trending as if the PNP, as they did in 2016, are going to take Darlaston.
Any idea of how many, or we still don't know how many boxes have been counted and how many now?
Not completed as yet. The way they're releasing the data is making a little bit difficult for us to identify that. All right, so we just looked at Darlaston. Let's go to Leamington, where we have Amorcard Brown with 828 votes for the PNP, compared to Jason Whittingham with 637 votes.
Again, that count is almost over, we can say, because last time the PNP polled 750 to win Leamington. The JLP polled 600. So again,
so this is
it's
fairly finished.
This is PJ Patterson's former constituency, where Dayton Campbell has migrated to.
Right.
And it now means that the PNP vote is holding
in Westmoreland.
In Eastern
Westmoreland, to be precise.
Eastern, yes.
Sure.
Yep.
Oh, well, this one is finished. 117 of 117.
So Leamington is done. So the PNP have won Leamington.
So Leamington goes to the PNP.
Go back to the Bethel Town and the other
Town.
one to see the progression of the box count.
Bethel Town is
done.
Yeah, Bethel Town is done
so
as well.
The PNP have won Bethel Town. The PNP have won Leamington. And
let's take a look at what's going
where
on.
In those boxes, those numbers.
117, 117.
Yes, 117, 117. And where are those?
Changing.
Yeah. Yes. Now. Yeah. Yes. See there again. 117 in White
Which is why the historic guide of 2016 is our only hope. It gives us perspective as to where the numbers are heading based on what happened in 2016 in that final count.
All right. Anything else from Westmoreland? What about
this is White House. So still finishing out Westmoreland East. We have White House also comfortably in favor of the PNP. 66% of the votes, or 2,120 for Michael Jackson of the PNP, compared to 1,076 votes for El Vega Francis of the JLP. And we also have an independent candidate here, Haile Cujo. Haile Cujo, thank you, with 15 votes.
The thing is this, the PNP, if we were to work with those numbers, and we have to, they have gone significantly ahead of what they used to win the division the last time, because White House, the PNP, polled 1,282 in 2016 to the JLP's 663. They've gone well over the 2,000 mark. So the JLP have outperformed 2016 numbers. The PNP have outperformed their 2016 numbers, with the PNP with a significant lead as we enter the final count. Absolutely so.
Yes. He'll be happy.
Oh, yes.
He'll be happy.
He's taking care of business. He's done his job.
Yeah.
What's the popular vote currently, please?
The
overall, national.
For the overall, okay, let me go all the way out here. Right now, the popular, not much changes since the last time we looked at it. We have 48.49% for the JLP compared to 51.15 for the PNP.
48.49?
Yes, 48.49 to 51.15.
Let's go to the other Westmoreland seat now.
Westmoreland Central.
Oh, Central, yes.
All right, so let's start with Cornwall Mountain. So we have the 362 votes for Donette Foster of the JLP. Abigail Malcolm of the PNP secures 328 votes. So this one still has a little way to go.
No, a long way, because the JLP won with 1,319 the last time, and the PNP got 1,214. So those numbers suggest that they're only a quarter way through.
And the margin between them is still quite small, so we have to wait to see how the other boxes go. All right, then in Frome, Lyndon Lewis of the PNP is ahead right now with 255 votes, which is 59% of the votes counted thus far. Rudolph Uter?
Yeah.
174 votes, or just around 41% of the votes so far. All right, so that's what's happening there. Then in Petersfield, the PNP is ahead. Patrick Forrester securing 310 votes to Junior Clark's 237 votes for the JLP.
So the PNP is back in business in Westmoreland.
It appears so.
Nationally, there's been a big swing national vote, you know. The PNP, the JLP won by 5% plus last time, and PNP is 2.5% ahead. There's a 78% swing. That's a huge swing.
That's a swing of 7%.
It's a great night for Mark Golding so far, I'll tell you that.
Yes.
I understand that we have an update from the Papine division, but we'll have to go to Tanika Thomas, our reporter, who's at the headquarters of the Electoral Office of Jamaica on Red Hills Road in St. Andrew. Tanika, what can you tell us about Papine?
What we have here for you is an overview of the Papine division in St. Andrew. We do not have actual numbers, but we can give you an indication of where is going orange and where is going green. Predominantly right now, we're seeing orange. And if you look right here, you realize that 72.73% of the boxes have been counted. So therefore, that breakdown equal to 32 of 44 boxes completed. I'm going to lean on Cliff and George's wisdom to tell me whether or not they will call this one for the PNP's Darrington Ferguson, who is going up against Venetia Phillips. Now, we will recall that Miss Phillips crossed the floor last year, November 2023. She's now a member of the Jamaica Labour Party. So right now, this map in the Papine division is showing us that 72.73% have already been counted, and that's 32 of 44 boxes. So this is an indication of what's happening in the Papine division. And that's one we know we're watching very, very closely.
Tanika, if you can help me, tell me what is a count after 32 of 44 boxes? Is she hearing me? No, it doesn't seem as if she's hearing me. It would be useful if we could be told after 32 of 44 boxes, what's the lead of Darrington Ferguson of the PNP up in Papine? Do you have it?
The latest count that we have, 1,471 votes for Darrington Ferguson compared to 1,389. So he has taken over the lead from Venetia Phillips.
So he's ahead by less than 100 votes.
Correct.
With only 32 of 40. With what? 12 boxes to go?
We have to wait for those boxes to get counted. It's too early to project.
Yes, 12 boxes to go, a lead of less than 100. It's too early to call that.
Leading by 200 before.
She was leading, but she's losing ground. Yes.
The JLP as a whole is losing ground.
Yes,
they're right
across the country.
vote and they're behind now. Yep.
Yes. Okay. All right.
All right, so let's check for an update to see if we have some more recent figures. Let's go to Portland and see if anything has come in there. Right now, Portland is lit up orange in both. It is lit up orange, but there are still areas where data has not come in as yet. This is still all early. The highest figure we're seeing coming out of any Portland Western division is 100 votes. Most of the numbers are still quite low. So being lit up orange is not so much of a challenge just yet. We're starting to see some exceptions to that, or some higher vote counts rather, in Portland Eastern. So let's take a look at what is happening there. Ferry Hill, Athley Cleary, and Natalie Wright. Even. Dead even in terms of vote count. So this is Ferry Hill in Portland Eastern. In Fellowship, very slim lead there.
Yep.
Right? Shanique Green for the JLP with 735 votes to Colin Bell of the PNP with 720. Then we look at Manchaniel. Manchaniel has a more sizable lead in favor of the JLP. Paul Thompson with 938 votes, 60.52% of the votes counted so far, compared to Sean Cook of the PNP with 612. So that's what's happening in Manchaniel. And when we look at Prospect, the PNP is ahead here, 1,060 votes for Wayne McKenzie of the PNP compared to 865 for Rosemary Palmer of the JLP. So that's what's happening in Portland Eastern.
Before we move from Prospect, just to give the context again, in the absence of the box count that we would be depending on, PNP polled 1,221 to win Prospect last time. The JLP polled 894. So at this point, it's trending in that direction again, as if Prospect is going to stay with the PNP, but still some way to go, but based on the numbers of what they did the last time.
These numbers do not accord with what Vaz told us earlier.
They don't accord so far.
So if we look at Portland Eastern overall, so far the JLP is ahead, and we know we have some more counting to do. The JLP is ahead in 3 of the 5 divisions in Portland Eastern, and the PNP has the other 2. So that's what's happening in Portland Eastern. Portland Western, the numbers are just starting to trickle in, so nothing happening there.
Look at that lower graphic there. The PNP is ahead in 32 of 63 constituencies. leveraging a popular vote of 51%.
Yeah. Yes.
Am
so
I
if
reading
I
that
tap
correctly?
that, you are reading that correctly.
So what?
And the popular vote right now is at 48% for the JLP compared to 51.2% for the PNP.
And the PNP lead is inching up. It's growing.
A little bit.
Yes. So it's
A decimal place at a time.
117,910 votes the PNP has racked up.
Yes.
So far, 1 minute, that's a 51.20% popular vote, while the JLP is
at 111,557.
So the PNP is ahead by 6,000 plus votes, or just over 2.5%.
Correct.
2016, the JLP won 130 divisions, PNP won 98. So PNP has, as I say, it's a great night for Mark Golden so far.
So far.
Looking that way. Looking that way.
Looking that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I don't believe we've discussed Trelawney as yet.
Yes,
right? We haven't gone to Trelawney.
Let's go. We went to St. Elizabeth briefly.
So let's go to Trelawney. All right. And in Duncan's, this is in favor of the PNP with 55% of the votes going to Fabian Davis, a total of 1,360 votes, compared to Donovan White of the JLP, Donovan Raymond White, 1,097 votes. So that's what's happening in Duncan's. Duncan's is in favor of the PNP. In Falmouth, the PNP is well ahead.
Yeah.
With 75% of the vote, 1,527 votes cast for Garth Wilkinson of the PNP, compared to 524 for Andre Campbell of the JLP.
And where the numbers are now is where the race finished the last time, with Wilkinson from the PNP beating his JLP opponent by 1,000 votes. And he's 1,000 clear right now. 1,003 to be precise.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, so that's Duncan's and Falmouth in favor of the PNP. Let's take a look at what's happening in Martha Brae. Also in favor of the PNP's Roydell Hamilton with 929 votes, or 55% of the vote, compared to 723 votes for Dave Lawkins, and then 27 votes being cast for the independent Eric Wings.
May I say that this one also looks to be going PNP, because the last election, the PNP won it by 54 votes, 878 to 828. So the PNP have exceeded their vote tally from 2016 already. The JLP are behind their 2016 vote tally. Martha Brae looks set to be orange this evening.
It looks set to be orange, and we still have a few areas for data to come in Martha Brae. So we'll see how those areas go.
And just to add some context, Northern Trelawney, yes, Dennis Meadows, the PNP candidate, traditional PNP seat, Desmond Leakey's old seat, Patrick Harris, yes, and the issues surrounding Dennis Meadows, but the PNP is doing very well in Northern Trelawney.
As of right now, they are.
And it's an open secret that the JLP MP there has been faltering.
Yeah.
Tova Hamilton.
Yeah.
Yes. Wayne Walker, I'm being told, is standing by at PNP headquarters, 89 Old Hope Road. They must be in a very good mood, Wayne.
Quarters, and we're here with Jesse James Clark. He's won the Trafalgar Division, his first attempt at becoming a councillor, and he's successful. He has defeated none other than Kari Douglas, a former People's National Party member who crossed the floor a couple of years ago, and you just get the impression that just listening to the supporters of the PNP here at headquarters, that it's all sweeter because they've defeated somebody who was a part of the party. Jesse, let me offer my congratulations to you first of all. Yeah, what does it mean for you now that the people have put their trust and confidence in you?
It's a very humbling experience, and we're very thankful to all the residents and all the persons who came out to support us, and the entire team. Over the 4 years that I've been here, they have been around me, they became my family, and they're the ones who are responsible for this victory. They're the ones who are responsible for this victory because they stayed with me over the entire time, through thick and thin. We grew together, we did a lot of projects inside the community, even though I'm just a candidate, and I think the residents appreciated all the projects that we have done. So they have rewarded us today with this victory, and it's just the love that I have for the people, the genuine love for them, and care for them that is just being reflected. That is being reflected today, so very happy about that.
Yeah, you were outspent. You were mentioning, and because of that, you think the victory is all more important because of that.
Absolutely, yes. So we were it's a very tight knit small team. Never had as much resources going up against somebody who was once on your side, who would probably know your inside tricks and so on, and also a two-time councillor. So you know, as a first timer, you always can underestimate that kind of experience too as well. So it was really good to see that the people put their trust and confidence in me to represent them and to be their councillor. So I'm looking forward to giving them my ultimate best. That's like what I've been doing as a candidate, and to just push forward with that along with the team. And I'm just very thankful to the Member of Parliament, Comrade Julian Robinson, Andrew Swaby, a campaign manager, Andy Hedda, and the entire team, all the leaders in the community who really came, and they are the ones responsible for this victory. They really built me and brought me to Jamaica and to Trafalgar.
Yeah.
So I'm very thankful for that.
Yeah. You're now being seen live on Scene, heard live on Nationwide, on all the platforms. Yes. I just want you to tell our viewers and our listeners who don't know you, who is Jesse James Clark?
Well, my name is Jesse James Clark. As you heard, I'm a food scientist. I'm also a medical technologist / medical scientist. So that's my core, so my profession. But above all of that, I am really just somebody who loves to volunteer and to serve the community and to watch community grow over a period of time based on the work that you're putting inside the community. So I'm looking forward to building and growing with the community. And the only thing now that is missing is a godly wife. So.
You're looking a wife? What are you doing? You're putting yourself out there, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah. All right, one last question before I go. What do you make of the decision of a councillor winning on one ticket, then just decide to go the other way?
Yeah, I think that is something that we have to change. I don't think that when all the people come together and vote for you on a particular ticket, one person should just have the power to just bring the vote over to another side, either way. So I think that is something that one of the rules that we need to change. If you want to change side, you need to go back to the people and they decide if they want you as a councillor on that side, or if they want you as a councillor in at all, because sometimes it says something about your character to when you can't stay loyal to a particular side that you vote to stay loyal to.
Jesse James Clark,
yes.
Congratulations once again, all the best to you.
Yeah, man, thank you.
And we hope that you get a wife.
Yes, thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. That's Jesse James Clark, winner of the Trafalgar Division, beating Kari Douglas, and by our preliminary count by upwards of 600 votes. Not a great deal happening here outside of that. In fact, it was when Jesse James Clark entered the venue, the property, the compound, call it what you may, that we heard some noise. People are just concentrating on, the results. They've been listening to Nationwide in their cars and wherever they're listening to, and whoever can watch Scene from where they are, I'm sure they're doing so as well. But not a great deal happening outside of Jesse making his way inside here as well. And I tell you what, if the PNP should go on to lose tonight and Venetia loses her seat, they'll feel like a winner. If you ask everybody here, to a man or to a woman, every time you pass someone, they said it. They said, listen, we'll be happy tonight if we lose once Venetia loses as well. And so that's the battle cry we're hearing here at PNP headquarters. So as I say, not a great deal more going on. We're going to be here, and anything else, we'll make sure we touch base with you guys so we could be apprised of it as well.
Well. And I think we are at a very key point in the results for tonight. For the PNP to hold Trafalgar after Kari Douglas walked out of the party to join the Jamaica Labour Party. Secondly, Venetia Phillips did the same thing, walked out of the Mark Golding's party into Andrew Holness's Labour Party in the Papine division, and she is trailing, yes, her PNP rival there, Darrington Ferguson. Two key pieces of development tonight, because if the PNP were to hold Papine and Trafalgar, it means the Labour Party must flip at least 2, if not 3 divisions if they are to hold the corporate area. And it doesn't look that way. Also, the PNP is back in business in Westmoreland, which was being touted as a potential JLP sweep. That is not happening tonight. The PNP is doing very well in Westmoreland, despite all the issues and the so-called Ian Hales factor. The PNP is leading across the entire parish of Westmoreland. The PNP is also doing well in the eastern end of the island based on the numbers from Portland and St. Thomas. Yes, it's a good night so far for Mark Jefferson Golding and Dayton Campbell, his General Secretary. Let's go to Saeed with a youth voice. Saeed.
Cliff, George, we've been waiting in anticipation for you to come to us. In fact, the guests here are on the edge of their seats. Yeah, there's frizzy, so some tizzy in the room over here, Cliff. In fact, I think that you should come over here and feel the energy, because they're just bouncing off the walls right now. And, you know, just to give you some play off social media, somebody has posted the emergency song from Vibes Cartel to say two party but at the same song never play. Poor people money lean back or rock away. Somebody says X is a JLP stronghold. Facebook is a PNP stronghold. Instagram, Papa Jesus. Them not loyal. The comment section hilarious, yeah? Somebody also says Dion Jackson Miller is reporting that CAF, the independent election watchdog, that they have been removed from counting of votes in a number of polling stations. Is that a first? Because they've been operating for our local elections for many, many years. Somebody also says this person, their vote is in Portland. They say Portland, shower, original green and a washover, shower. And of course, they've tagged Daryl Vaz and Anne-Marie Vaz, Mr. and Mrs. Portland. Somebody says, by the way, look like more people on a nationwide YouTube than who went out to vote. Seems as if, ladies and gentlemen, we have more persons here who are watching us than those who went to the polling stations. That's naughty. Shame on you. But somebody else said, based on the Papine division, Sir Cliff, you just spoke about it, somebody says, well, the Papine division, after all, it may really come down to the 3 or 4 bags of chicken. Yeah? Somebody says that concerning the Papine division. And another person says JLP seemingly losing ground across the country. Well, let me come to them. I don't know if you can see their faces, but Suel, your reaction to the numbers you're seeing just now, yeah? 48% going for the JLP as it relates to the percentage popular vote nationally, 51%. As it relates to constituency level, JLP is leading in 31 constituencies, the PNP in 32. As you hear, my good boss says it, Cliff, the PNP, it's a good night for the PNP so far and for Mark Jefferson Golding. What do you make of it, Suel?
I mean, I definitely agree, and I think it speaks to, I mean, because they did say, you know, he was out there, he was working the ground, he was meeting the people, and I think we're actually seeing that translating, and I'm actually very happy for them. Because I know that they've been putting the work. I also think that this is a confidence boost that they need. The PNP needed this tonight. Yeah. If they don't get anything else, they needed this. I think that says a lot for the work that they've put in. And I think it says a lot for democracy for us as well. Because it would have been a little bit, you know, weird if, you know, we come tonight and it was a landslide by JLP. So I think, you know, like the back and forth that we're having.
It's good for them, that tension.
It's good for them. It shows that, you know, there is a little tension there. And that shows that it's not just a landslide. Like, yeah. So I think it's good.
Or even if the landslide comes, at least then
there's a fight.
They give a fight.
Yeah, at least there's a fight. So I'm pretty happy for that. I'm happy, and like I said, the PNP needs this confidence boost. They need it. They need it. So
well,
I'm happy for them.
The only thing concerning me thus far, just read it from Twitter, is the cafe observers. Perhaps if the newsroom could find out what's happening as it relates to them and observing the current voting, that one a bit interesting to us. But Ronaldinho, your reactions, your take so far, you're seeing the numbers, you're seeing what it's been like, you know, people saying Papine division, for example, might be decided by 3 or 4 bags of chicken. Yes. You're seeing a very young Jesse James Clark, as a matter of fact, coming out to win the Trafalgar division. And he says, you know, probably if you want to switch parties, you should go back to the people for that by-election. Your reaction to all of that?
Oh, wow. So I'll give my reaction to the switching parties thing soon. But broadly, it's looking like the PNP's organizing on the ground force has been working today. And I imagine the people at the JLP headquarters are on the edge of their seats right now. 52 to 48 or 51-48, that's what it's looking like in favor of the PNP right now. So it's a neck-and-neck race. And I actually disagree with Suel a little bit. I think the JLP needs this win more than the PNP. I think the JLP has...
Really? I think the JLP... Hold on. You see, Cliff, this is why I say, you know, probably you need to be in this room. You think the JLP needs this win more than the PNP?
I think the JLP has more to lose. When you look historically, and you go back through Jamaica's history and you look on local government elections, never has an incumbent party lost the local government, an incumbent at the central government level, lost the local government elections and then gone on to win the next general elections. Now, the small caveat on that is that usually local government elections come after the generals, like maybe a year or so out.
Exactly.
However, I think local, that's not always the case, but local government elections can be indicative of a swing in the national populace.
What do you make, though, of what is a win for the JLP? If they retain all the municipalities that they currently have, is that a win for them, or must they gain in order to win?
Okay, I'll say what I think a win for either party is roughly the same, and then there's some gray in between, which is I consider a win either earning a majority of the municipal corporations or a majority of the popular vote. So that if the PNP maintains their trend with where the popular vote is concerned right now, and takes it through 52%, which is, by the way, is the percentage that the JLP won it with in 2016, then I consider that a win for them. And the same for the JLP. There is some gray in between. But overall, I'm interested in what the turnout was for this election at close of poll.
We're going to get that number. Yes, we're going to get that number.
Because I think if turnout is anywhere like what many people were predicting, and it's up, high 30s or 40s, then that may be close to the kind of turnout that we'd see in general election, or at least the kind of turnout we'd come to expect from general election in the modern day period. And maybe that could spell trouble for the JLP.
Okay, but Suel, you're seeing the constituency splits right now. We're midway, I would say. We're midway where the counts are concerned. The boxes are being counted. What are you making as it relates to how the night might turn out?
I think the night is going to shock us.
You think?
Because I think a lot of people, we didn't anticipate this. I think a lot of people were going, and maybe it was just a conversation with that last, because I know that there is a lot of excitement with the PNP a few weeks ago.
Yeah, but the momentum kind of dwindled.
Yeah, it kind of fell, and then like the JLP was front and center. So every day I open social media, it was some big rally ahead that the Prime Minister was.
But I have to ask you, I have to put it to you this way though, because the JLP is set to mobilize the young base, and the PNP is set to mobilize the old base. Yeah, we're looking at voter turnout and all of that. We don't know the final number. Is it the case, to your mind, do you think that it's the young people that have come out and changed their minds to, give that battle royal with the PNP? Or is it that the PNP has managed to mobilize the good old base?
I think they have managed to mobilize their base. And I think we saw that with a lot of the kind of crowd and like the imagery of the people that were in the crowd. I think there was a fairly amount of people that look like 40s, 50s, but we also saw like a good amount of young people too. So I think, because I think if you mobilize the 40 to 50 people, they can influence the younger folks.
Absolutely.
And so I think that's what they did, and I think it's showing.
Well, I did say it when we just started, ladies and gentlemen. I did say it to the good sirs, Cliff and George. Electoral symphony. Tonight depends on the JLP and the PNP, their fortunes or misfortune. What does it mean for them at the end of the night? Over to you.
And the young guns in the youth voice. George, Kevin O'Brien Chang, Nadine Spence.
The young lady said something very significant to me. It's a triumph for Jamaican democracy. And I've said the biggest winner tonight from before has been the Jamaican people. When you saw nomination day, how the JLP and PNP dancing and, friending up each other. Today I saw a video where all one family, the PNP and JLP at some constituency, and the PNP lady said, my labor I'd friend them, buy me dinner before a PNP man come. I think we can safely say that Jamaica probably has the healthiest democracy in the third world. Third world, non-white, so they say. Look on it, there's been no cases of political violence I've heard of this election. People have been friendly with each other. Look on the vote count. You watch our elections, next day, 2 days later, they're counting. Look at America. Look how modern we are. Look how far we've come. No ballot box thieving going on. No controversy about any vote counting. We are a marvel of democracy.
Yeah.
And let us celebrate that. The second biggest winner, Mark Golding. People are saying he might lose his job. The man has turned it around. He has won the popular vote.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know?
He's winning.
He's winning the popular vote.
This is a general election. PNP would need power.
I think it would be good if we knew what percentage of the votes are coming in. It's still very hard to say.
Listen,
Still
the
very
JLP
early.
won by 5.2% popular vote last election. PNP ahead 2.5. That's a 7.7% vote swing. That's a big swing in any election.
It is.
So Mr. Golding's job is pretty safe.
Very.
Yep.
All right, any more results?
All right, so we do have some more results coming in, but before we tap into any of those, let's just take a look at the national view of this map. So the popular vote that Mr. Tang is referencing, yes, the JLP, right now they're at 48.5% of the popular vote and 51.14% of the popular vote for the PNP. So that's the overall, but let's
look. And the PNP is ahead by what, 6,000 votes? 6,000 votes, 120,000?
120,405. Minus 114,202 for those with their calculators at home.
Just 6,000 something.
Right, just about 5,000 plus votes there. But let's look at the colors of the map. So the colors of the divisions in all of the constituencies tell you which party is ahead in that particular constituency. This entire western area here is all orange. Yep. All right. The majority of Manchester is orange. St. Anne, the two of the larger areas there, Trelawney North. St. James South right now, there is a hot contest happening there. Counting is still happening, but there's an even split of the 4 divisions in St. James South between the two parties. St. Thomas was previously all orange, but St. Thomas Western has now shifted green. Right, so the JLP has overtaken the lead there. And then the corporate area is a little bit difficult to look at because there's so many constituencies in that area there. But look at St. Andrew East Rural, we're seeing that lit up orange. Kingston East and Port Royal lit up orange. Most of Kingston, except for West Kingston, is showing orange here. So we're seeing quite a lot more orange on the map this time around at this stage in counting than we saw in the previous election.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so where do we want to go?
I don't think. Let's go to St. Elizabeth and then go to Manchester.
We're in Manchester. I think we should go to East Rural and West Rural St. Andrew.
Okay, which one are we going to?
Let's go to St. Elizabeth first, and then we go to East Rural and West Rural St. Andrew.
All right, so based on this, so far the JLP is leading in 3 of the 4 constituencies in St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth Northeastern is the one where the PNP is ahead. So let's take a look at what's going on in St. Elizabeth Northeast. Clicking first on Balaclava. So the PNP is ahead here with 237 votes for Everton Fisher and 66 votes for James Mitchell. So that's 78% of the votes for the PNP in Balaclava. Then when we go to Braes River, Donovan Pagan is ahead with 609 votes. So a smaller lead here compared to Kirk Rodney of the JLP with 565. So that's what's happening in Braes River. The PNP is ahead, but not quite significantly so. Then we take a look at Santa Cruz, where the JLP is ahead in this particular division with Christopher Williams.
But barely.
Barely,
and
right? Barely, within 1%.
That's a sign of PNP strength. That if the JLP is not winning Santa Cruz, yes, by a big enough margin, then they can't win Northeast St. Elizabeth. And less than a percentage point is separating them in Santa Cruz.
And to support you, it won Santa Cruz, the JLP did by 993 votes
Precisely.
the last time.
Huh?
Yeah? So let's go back to the EOJ. Let's take a break from the board and go back to the EOJ.
Just take a break and then come back. Yeah, let's go to a break and then come back, control room. It's time we call the next.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Hot like fever, cause we are getting more than Western Union. 24 winners will win 2 season passes for Champs 2024. Collect 2 or more Western Union money transfers in store or using the GK1 app from February 9 to March 11 for a chance to win. Authorized on the second 50th of the betting gaming and lotteries act.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58 of the Betting Gaming and Lotteries Act.
JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
We are at it again. The region's official broadcasters of the Paris Olympics will be in the Spice Isle to bring you the 51st Caribbean Games. Yes, the best young athletes from across the Caribbean will square off for pride and gold while having the time of their lives in Grenada. And your home of champions will be there from March 30 to April 1. The 51st Caribbean Games. Don't miss a minute of the action on Sportsman's.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58 of the Betting Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Hot like fever, cause we are getting more than Western Union. 24 winners will win 2 season passes for Champs 2024. Collect 2 or more Western Union money transfers in store or using the GK1 app from February 9 to March 11 for a chance to win. Authorized on the Section 58 of the Betting Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Love you more and live better mind and body with Quartz. Prep, grab, and go with up to 25% off small appliances. Stay fit with up to 20% off gym equipment. And rest well and save up to $30,000 on select mattresses. Shop today with no cash and pay overtime on 6 to 48 months credit. Love you more. So rest, recharge, and live better with Quartz. Bringing value home. Offers end March 31, 2024. Conditions supply.
To win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58 of the Betting Gaming and Lotteries Act.
JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Welcome back to Local Vote 24. And at 4 minutes after 8 o'clock, this election is at an inflection point. This election, local government elections, they are at an inflection point. Yes? We are looking closely at the numbers. The trend is in the direction of the opposition People's National Party. We are, though, waiting for some more critical results because only 38% of the boxes have been counted so far. Let's take a look, for example, at what's happening in Papine, a crucial battleground division for control of the Kingston and St Andrew Municipal Corporation. And we're going to go to Tanika Thomas, who is at the EOJ election headquarters on Red Hills Road, to find out exactly what is the state of the race in Papine. Tanika.
And Cliff, just providing you with the latest update as it relates to the Papine division in St. Andrew. Based on what we're seeing, the official data from the EOJ, the JLP's Venetia Phillips has 1,806 votes, 50% of the votes, compared to Darrington Ferguson of the People's National Party, PNP, who has so far amassed 1,768 votes. So based on this information coming from the EOJ, 40 of 44 boxes have so far been completed, and that represents 90.91% of the boxes. So this is the latest information we have of Papine division in St. Andrew. Venetia, just a little ahead of the PNP's Darrington Ferguson. She has 1,806 votes. And this information was last updated at 6 minutes past the hour of 8.
Just hold on, Kevin. Thank you very much for that, Tanika. And this is why we say the elections are at an inflection point, because half an hour ago, it seemed as if the PNP's Darrington Ferguson was going to win
on his way.
Papine division.
Yep.
Now, 91% of the votes counted, only 4 more boxes to go, but separating Ferguson from Phillips.
Yes.
Only what? 60 votes?
About 38 to be precise. 38
votes.
With 4 boxes to go.
4 boxes to go. Right? The independent candidate, George Planto, who has been a long-time JLP activist.
Former councillor for the JLP.
In St. Andrew East, yes, a former councillor. He is getting 55 votes. Now, if Venetia got those 55 votes, it could be a different story at this hour.
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
But certainly, based on what is happening, we are not yet sure, because let us be frank, what we were expecting to have from the EOJ's database, we're not getting it.
It's poor.
Yeah, it's poor. We're not able to tell you how many boxes have counted out of a total of so much or so many. Yeah, we just don't know. And that is crucial for us to determine where it's likely to go. Yeah, how many boxes, how many votes are left to be counted. And the EOJ database has not been giving us that information.
For context, calm down, Cliff. For context, we have been telling our reporters at Nationwide about the importance that certain independent candidates could have in certain races. And as Kevin kept pointing at the 55 that George Planto has attracted so far, that counted for him so far, they have the potential to spoil significantly. And with a 38 vote difference separating the leader from the person in second, Phillips, 38 clear of Ferguson, and Planto sitting on 55. For the 4 boxes remaining, at the end of the day, Planto could be the king or queen maker in the Papine division, given how many more votes he can extract from those 4 boxes and how many Ferguson and Phillips have against their name at the end of the tally.
It's good to see an independent make a difference.
Independence.
People always say the 2 parties control everything.
No,
well, not quite.
But I can give you data in the Riverside division in Hanover in the 2016 division, when the PNP polled 736 votes and the JLP 614. The PNP won by 124. Listen to this. The PNP won by 124. One independent candidate in that race polled 112 votes. Another independent candidate in that same race polled 179, and another independent candidate polled 53. So 3 independent candidates polled significant numbers that would have changed the race, perhaps, had they not been in it, especially with so few votes, relatively speaking, separating the 2 candidates. So independent candidates throughout the 2016 elections have had instances where they have spoilt the race. Planto could be the biggest spoiler on this night.
That's good, because as I say, the stranglehold the PNP and JLP have, a lot of us feel, geez man, we should have other choices, and independents maybe they can't win a seat, but they can switch it, which is good for democracy.
Absolutely so.
What was the margin of victory in the Papine?
I'll tell you in short, or the last time in Papine in 2016, we had a situation where the JLP polled, the PNP won it, of course, Venetia Phillips won it, 2,208 votes, 1,931. Planto was the man on the losing side for the JLP in 2016. So she won by 69 and 8, 9 and 8, 17, 77. 77 votes separated the candidates at the 2016 race.
Planto looking some vengeance.
Yeah.
See if she gets it.
Can we go back to the map? No, not yet. But I'm getting from out of Manchester that apparently the PNP has held on to the municipality of Manchester. The JLP has lost, yes, its traditional control of Christiana division in Audley Shores, northeast Manchester. Harrison, the incumbent, has lost the Christiana division, yes? So it seems as if the PNP is winning Manchester, yes, that's they have retained Manchester.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finish your thought.
And we're also learning that in St. Anne's Bay, yeah, it seems as if the JLP has lost St. Anne's Bay as well. In northeast St. Anne, that would be also an upset and an indication that the JLP is not doing well. The PNP is doing well tonight at what? 10 minutes, 11 minutes after 8 o'clock.
Somebody told me before the election, just today, they said Audley has not been present, and the PNP, the Christiana was very vulnerable because Audley hasn't been there and it's been in shambles.
I've been told Christiana and Walderston, were vulnerable to the PNP because Audley is not very well.
Well, I tell you what.
When this election shows, crowds mean nothing.
No.
Yes.
No. But it is funny you say that, Cliff, because if the JLP moved from a position in St. Anne's Bay last time when they won by 1,000 votes, about 1,000 votes, to know you're saying that they look to be losing?
Yes.
It says something about the national picture. I think we should go back to the EOJ to see what's happening with that Papine race. I don't know if Tanika is ready for us. Let's go to a break and come back with her. Yeah, we should do that because that's the one we want to see tonight.
Local Vote 2024 on CTV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
We are at it again. The region's official broadcasters of the Paris Olympics will be in the Spice Isle to bring you the 51st Caribbean Games. Yes, the best young athletes from across the Caribbean will square off for pride and gold while having the time of their lives in Grenada. And your home of champions will be there from March 30 to April 1. The 51st Caribbean Games. Don't miss a minute of the action on Sportsman's.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
JN MoneyCard sent from abroad. JN MoneyCard. Send the money. More withdraw in a hurry. JN MoneyCard free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me not walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
Rejection most times is the redirection we need to unlock our truest potential.
Even the other day, I'm in my closet, I'm balling the whole place. But you have to pick up yourself.
Life puts us in some uncomfortable and unexpected situations despite our efforts and plans.
I mean, I lived a shame that wasn't even mine.
So how do we look at failures as opportunities? How do we deal with life's uncertainties, identify some losses as wins, all while not labeling ourselves as total losers or failures? You'll find out right here on Redirection with Terry Carell.
Redirection with Terry Carell is now on Scene TV, Thursdays 7 p.m., 8 p.m. ECT, with a repeat on Fridays 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. ECT.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Welcome back to Local Vote 24, a production of Nationwide 90 FM and Scene TV, coming to you from the studios of Scene TV on Ocean Boulevard in Kingston. We are heading straight to the election center, the EOJ's headquarters on Red Hills Road in St. Andrew, where Tanika Thomas is there working for us, and she has the very latest on this keenly fought race in the Papine division. Tanika? We're not hearing Tanika. We're not hearing Tanika. Not hearing Tanika at all. What we're seeing is a breakdown of the polling station data in the Papine. We're going to have to make that connection, make that reconnection. In the meantime, let's go.
I can tell you from a source inside the leadership of the People's National Party that they've won Papine. With 2,172 votes to the JLP's 2,002.
So 170 difference.
Won, yes, the Papine division by 170 votes. 2,172 for the PNP's Darrington Ferguson. 2,002 for the JLP's Venetia Phillips.
And he didn't give you the count for George Planter?
No.
No. That could have been the difference. Do we have Tanika? Do we have that connection? Let's go across to her at the EOJ.
It's 5. The PNP has 3. In St. James, 75%. 11 for the JLP, 6 for the PNP. When we get to Hanover, we realize that 65.3% of the votes have been counted. So far, we are seeing 7 over here for the PNP. Nothing is here so far for the JLP. Over in Westmoreland, 74.2% of the votes have been counted. The JLP has 2, the PNP has 12. In St. Elizabeth, 72.6% of the votes have been counted. The JLP has 8 divisions, 8 so far, and the PNP has 7. And we go down to Manchester, 75.9% of the votes have been counted. 3 so far for the GLP, 12 so far for the PNP. Over in Clarendon, 77.7% of the votes have been counted.
Here, folks, is based on the number of
back to the top.
She can't hear us. She can't hear us. So that's why I'm
well,
going
look at
with
St. Mary.
Yeah.
St. Mary.
Dead even.
6.
Dead even.
Portland, 6-3 for the PNP. St. Thomas, 5-4 for the PNP. St. Andrew, 17-17. Yes.
No.
King and in Kingston, 3-3. A dead heat in Kingston and St. Andrew.
Yep, 2020.
2020.
And St. Catherine.
And St. Catherine at 18-18.
18-18. Wow.
Exciting election.
It is very close.
St. Elizabeth is
very close.
They got crushed in Manchester.
Yep.
Yes.
Wiped out. And in Hanover. Hanover
Yes.
looks to be a clean sweep for the PNP all across all 7 councils.
Right.
Yep.
But they had Manchester and they had Hanover.
Yeah, they had, but I'm just saying. They've shut out the JLP once again.
St. James? What was it in St. James?
I think it was 6. Well, in St. James, I think the PNP was leading.
Carried St. James.
The JLP had St. James last time, but based on the map we saw, I think the PNP was ahead in the St. James county.
Oh, if we could see that map again. Okay. Yeah?
That would be a shocker.
And St. Elizabeth.
Yeah, St. Elizabeth was another shocker. It was PNP 8 to
8-7.
JLP 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
The GLP 8-7.
Here we go
JLP
again. Here we go
8-7,
again. So we can say you were asking about
St. James.
St. James. It is
PNP
11-6. Oh, the JLP comfortably ahead. 11-6. Yeah.
Yes. And in
Clarendon,
St. Elizabeth,
12-10.
the JLP won St. Elizabeth with 8-7, right? And Manchester,
Trelawney,
the PNP,
they're leading 5-3.
Who is leading in Trelawney?
The PNP, the JLP is leading 5-3 in Trelawney.
5-3 in Trelawney.
Oh.
Yeah. Last time in Westmoreland it was 14-0. It's 12-2 to the PNP. The PNP won all 14 last time. They're leading in 12 of the 14 with 74.2% of the votes counted across the parish. St. Elizabeth, 8-7 with 72.6% of all votes counted. Manchester, the PNP dominant, rampant, 12-3 with 75.9% of votes counted. Clarendon, 77.7% of the count done. The JLP, 12-10 ahead, just ahead. Dead even in St. Catherine. Let's go from the top. Kingston and St. Andrew, as we said, even. St. Thomas, the PNP leading with 68.1% of the votes counted, 5-4. Portland, the JLP trailing. They have 3 of the divisions, the PNP 6 so far, but 57.5%, some way to go. St. Mary, still young, but it's 6-6
Only
at 47%. Yeah.
counted.
And
but
St. Anne
10-6.
10-6 with 62% of the votes counted in St. Anne, the JLP 10, the PNP 6 in the Garden Parish.
Well, so there you have it.
The 3 are tied, you know. They're pretty much split and 3 tied.
Yes. So we can say, yes, that the PNP...
Well, 2 tied, because Kingston and St. Andrews won.
St. Mary.
Right.
St. Mary's, KCAC, and St. Catherine.
Right. Oh, KCAC, right. So those are the 3, right. Good.
Yeah.
2020 in KCAC.
Yes. St. Mary's tied, and St. Mary's 6-6, and St. Catherine is 18-18. And of course, you expect the PNP to wipe out the JLP in Portmore, so it appears as if the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation is heading back under PNP control.
And the popular vote seems to be widening in favor of the PNP.
No, this is Portmore.
Oh, Portmore.
Portmore.
Okay.
Oh, let's go there. Let's go to Portmore with Janelle.
For the popular vote, no?
She's going to give us that in short order. Let's go to Portmore and the mayoral race. Janae has the Smartboard up.
All right. So your expectations for the mayoral race are spot on, George. So this is showing the overall here. So this is Portmore. Only this area. The rest of the map is dormant because we're just focusing on that mayoral race. 42,468 votes cast for the JLP candidate in Portmore, 42.3% of the votes, to 57,137 votes cast for the PNP's candidate, which is 56% of the votes. So that's right now, the Portmore race is in favor of the PNP, no questions asked.
And I said something a while ago I want to explain. If it is that St. Catherine finishes with the PNP say for instance, if the PNP wins, it's a no-brainer. They get the mayor. But if it's close, when you add the number of seats in the Portmore Municipal Corporation to the number of seats in St. Catherine, the Municipal Corporation, and you add them, that's how you get the PNP having a majority. That's what happened in 2016, where the PNP, they lost the St. Catherine municipal race, but they won Portmore by such a gap that when you added them, the PNP was able to select from their caucus, the majority, Norman Scott as the mayor. So it appears as if the PNP will have the mayor of Spanish Town, the chairman of the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, and they'll also have the mayor of Portmore, which is a straight race between Markland Edwards and Leon Thomas, the incumbent. It appears as if the PNP is going to hold both those municipalities.
What's happening in Moko, where the guy switched over?
North Central Clarendon.
We don't have that yet.
No, because the data from the EOJ is about 40 minutes behind where it should be at this time. We have to say it for what it is because the viewers are watching and expecting where are the numbers for us.
Tanika not available?
Can we go back to Tanika at the EOJ at the counting center to get the very, very latest?
No, she's not quite ready. But if you're just joining us, we can tell you it's dead heat in the corporate area. 17 and 3, 2020. In St. Thomas, 5 to the PNP, 4 to the JLP. Portland, PNP, 6-3. In St. Mary, with 47% of the votes counted so far, it's 6-6 in St. Mary. 6-6 in St. Mary. St. Anne, 10-6 in favor of the JLP. In Trelawney, it is with 60% of the votes counted, 5 for the JLP, 3 for the PNP. St. James, 11 for the JLP, 6 for the PNP. And the PNP has won South St. James. Yes? That's the only area they have really displaced the JLP, in St. James. Hanover, it is a PNP wipeout. All 7 divisions going to the PNP. In Westmoreland, it is a PNP dominance. 12 of the 14 divisions. The PNP is back in Westmoreland. In St. Elizabeth, a shocker. The JLP is barely winning St. Elizabeth with 72% of the votes counted, leading in 8 divisions and the PNP in 7. Manchester, PNP 12-3. Clarendon, PNP storming back, only losing Clarendon by 2 divisions. And in St. Catherine, it's dead heat, 18-18. By any measure, popular vote, divisions won, municipalities won, the PNP has won the local government elections.
It's 5-5 with 3 tied. We're missing one.
Yes?
Which one are we missing?
Can we now play that for me, please? We're ready to call it. The PNP has won.
It's Mark's night. It's Mark's night.
Mark's night.
It's Mark's night.
A triumph for Mark.
Oops.
Well, this shows one thing for sure. You guys don't give a damn about the race of your leader. Nope. Another triumph for democracy.
It's his moment. It's his moment. Mark Jefferson Golding has led the People's National Party to a surprise win in the local government elections of February 26, 2024. Marky G, as he's affectionately called, was behind in the public opinion polls. Yes, his leadership was on the line, but in a stroke of political genius, he declared that these elections were to be treated as a national referendum on the Andrew Holness government, and he has been proven correct. Tonight, he is cementing his hold on the leadership of the People's National Party. In a closely fought and won election, he has taken the PNP from 98 of the 228 divisions, and we are projecting that he is running ahead virtually of the PNP in terms of the electoral division count, ahead in terms of the popular vote count, and he has made significant gains in terms of the municipalities that the PNP will now control after today's elections. Congratulations to Mark Jefferson Golding, coming from the political dead. Yes?
Let's see what this song is going to sing tomorrow. Marky G, which dub you give us tomorrow?
Well, guess what? Guess what? Based on the nationwide Blue Dot polls that we published leading up to these local government elections, it affirmed once again that Mark Golding was not the #1 guy in the party, that people, if they could pick someone to be leading the PNP into elections, he wasn't the #1 guy. Way behind Damian Crawford, behind Lisa Hanna. Tonight has made those findings redundant, because what the results tonight shows, Mark Golding can say to anybody else in the PNP, have you ever led the party to an election win of any kind? Because he has delivered them. He has, against the odds and against a JLP that had, the commentators have been saying, more to boast about than any government in the independent history of Jamaica. He has delivered a victory for the PNP. He is now undisputed. The leadership issue is settled. It's straight on to the general elections now for Mark Jefferson Golding. And don't forget, his general secretary, who has taken a lot of flack for the political strategy, for the narrative around, the party's campaign. You must give credit this evening as well to the CEO of the PNP, Dr. Dayton Campbell, for authoring, for essaying this victory at this time.
Kevin Abrancham?
Well, it's a good thing for Jamaican democracy, a good look. I mean, it surprised everybody. And I like surprises in democracy. And we came from people saying it's a one-party state. Whoops, it flipped. It shows that Jamaican voters, you can't depend on them to stick with one thing, the issues. And I tell you, I think it's more PNP won, but the JLP also lost. And Andrew Holness is still massively popular. Look at those crowds. It didn't translate into votes. Something is wrong with the JLP. And they came out, the communication was terrible. They came out with their best points 3 days before the election. They manifested 1 day before. Something is wrong, and they give off the aura of a divided party. This reminds me of a 2011 election. A divided party? Before nomination day, yes. A Labourite, somebody who talks to people inside, he said, better for us if we lose. And this is his exact quote. Don't shoot me, people. It will mean Nigel's hold and Andrew will be loosened. Take it for what it means.
Hold on, Kevin.
Yes.
What are you telling us? Nigel's hold will be loosened
if the JLP lose. Yep.
No. Nigel's hold on Andrew is what he said.
Nigel's hold on Andrew will be loosened if the JLP lose. This before nomination day.
Oh?
Listen, take it for its word, boss. I'm not a JLP insider, but I'll give him as I get it.
Sources say.
Well, what does that mean?
But it showed the communication.
What does that mean, though?
It means a lot of JLP people inside feel Nigel has too much hold over the JLP. You want to hear something else I say? They said, Marky G said it, they must take some of that debt and spend it. They said, we'll bring it down to 68%. Why not bring it up to 70 and spend it 2%? They said the people at the top, at the bottom, not all that glorious, great news, IMF, Financial Times, people at the bottom not feeling it. And they said worse, they read all this good news, and they not feel it, it frustrates them, they get vexed. Hold on, somebody at the well is not we, but the rich people. That's one interpretation, but that's before nomination day, and it panned out as is. So I give it as I get it. I can't say if it was true, but this man said it before.
News just drop on NNN again.
Your reaction, Nadine?
It's shocking. But again, remember the PNP had a message that they were consistent with throughout leading up to the election, the announcement of the elections, we knew, and we saw in the polls prior to that, that the PNP the message was sinking in, that people, even if they didn't, they hadn't indicated they would vote with the PNP, they were believing the issues around corruption. They were believing the issues around the jobs are not substantial enough. They were believing, so what Kevin said is very true. The PNP went out with a message, and if you listen to them on the platform, it didn't change. No matter how much the PNP sought to, JLP sought to debunk whatever they saw was a misinterpretation of whatever data or information, the PNP went right back to script. They didn't change. They didn't adjust the information. They had one clear set of information, and they punched it everywhere. They outpaced the JLP on social media. They were consistent whenever there was an issue. They were out there targeting, attacking, responding in a very, just making sure that their presence was felt. And you also saw that they had energized the base, and that I saw, for example, where families that had young PNP voters were calling them to say, you have to, wherever you are, come and vote. You have to come and vote. You got that. So I'm surprised, but not so surprised. You understand? Because you would have seen, prior to the last polls, we would have seen that the PNP was actively out there doing its work. So I'm surprised, but not surprised.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the young people. Yes, Saeed Bernard and his panel. Saeed?
Sir Cliff, Sir George, it's been very interesting over this side. Of course, getting again the social media reaction. Somebody says, Mark, find the formula, it seems. Yeah? Somebody says, PNP always win the popular vote. Move from in front of me. Somebody else says, only thing promising about PNP winning this is Nigel I forgot digging at the pocket for wake up the vote. Somebody says, I posted last year that the electorate will punish the Jamaica Labour Party at the next polls for the massive pay increases given to MPs, councillors, etc. I'm sure it fired up many to come out and punish the government, and they deserve it. A piece of arrogance on their part. I can't read it verbatim because of some words used. Somebody says, Emily Shields, in fact, she says, the winner of the Trafalgar Division, the PNP's Jesse James Clark, says he just wants a wife. It's all happening. Is there any Jeanette for Jesse? Yeah. Somebody says, this is the same how the West was one that Labourites were boasting about all week. That's crazy. Somebody else says the PNP is back in business in the West and nationally too. It seems to me. And somebody else, in fact, says the votes them are turned the other way. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just hand over right now to Suel and Ronaldinho. Your reactions. It's been declared. The PNP has won this election. We were having a discussion right before you came over, and we were saying, I was saying to them, it seems as if the time come message was underestimated by the articulate minority, and it actually seemed to have spread like wildfire on the ground. Your reaction, Suel?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and I think when I saw the numbers coming in, my first reaction to myself was, okay, what did the PNP actually do right, and what did the JLP do wrong? Because I feel like everything has flipped. Because a lot of people were doubting, just like the message that you were saying, a lot of people were giving, like, a breakdown to say that they're saying time come, but time come for what?
For what, yeah.
So I think leading up to everything, people really underestimated all the strategies that the PNP, were using. And I think now we're seeing the results of it, and it's just like, I think we need a day to really ventilate what we're seeing.
Certainly.
Because I think a lot of things are at play, and I'd really love to see like a lot of what happened in the background.
We want to see the demographics. We want to see young people came out and voted.
We want to see
was it the older persons? Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think that helped. Because and like I said earlier, if you energize the base, it ripples.
Yeah.
And I think they did that. And just like what was mentioned, the older people can call them daughter and them uncle or whoever to vote. And I think we're seeing, I think it was a brilliant strategy. Absolutely. And I think it worked in their favor.
Ronaldinho, in giving us your reactions, the PNP has been declared the winners. They've taken over the well-prized, KSAMC. Marginal now in St. Elizabeth. They've held on to Westmoreland, even though there were 3 flips, 1 to Independent, 2 to the Jamaica Labour Party. They've held tight. They've brought up the margin as it relates to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, tying it 18-18. Of course, with the Portmore municipalities being added to that, they certainly have the Portmore municipality and the St. Catherine municipality. What does the PNP do? What should they do with this win? How do they go forward?
Yeah,
the general election is due next year. What you are now in the seat, you have the heirs of Mark Jefferson Golding, the opposition leader, the president of the PNP. You're a young person. What should the PNP do at this point with this win going into next year?
Yes. So first I want to just acknowledge, we were talking a little bit ago about what counts as a win for either party. This is not just a win for the PNP, this is an emphatic win to flip the municipal corporations and take control in the way that it did. We see now the popular vote distribution between the parties is widening at this time. And real quick before I get to your question, while we're talking about the success of the PNP's messaging in this campaign, or the apparent success, we have to also acknowledge the failure of the JLP's messaging and its communication in this election cycle. I said it after the first and the second debates. The JLP ran a campaign whose messaging was focused on its accomplishments, especially its accomplishments at the national level. And when you focus too much on that, without much integration of vision and plans for the future, you isolate, you alienate that portion of the population that just is not feeling or just is not or for whom that experience of everything is going well and everything is working right is not the case.
I'm going to cut you right there.
Sure.
They're coming in my ears soon. What does the PNP do?
What does PNP do from here?
What should they do?
What should they do? Well, they should be all over the JLP to call the general elections. We talked about elections where incumbent parties lost the local government elections back in 1986. I went to the history books for this. Back in 1986, when the PNP won the local government elections while JLP was incumbent,
we break away from the youth voice there because we have to go to the headquarters of the opposition People's National Party, who we have just declared are the winners of the local government elections. Wayne Walker is at PNP headquarters.
Well, we're here at the People's National Party headquarters, and I'm just going to get out the shot a little bit and allow the pictures to tell the story. It's utter jubilation here. Upon hearing news that the People's National Party has won the 17th local government election here in Jamaica, you know, we got wind that something was happening because right about 20 or so minutes before Nationwide officially called it, a massive stream of fans, supporters of the party, just rushed in all at once, and I was talking to members of my team to ask them what was happening. I knew something was happening. I didn't know what it was because it was difficult to hear anything because of the noise. And then eventually the place literally erupted here, and then we heard officially that yes, it has been called and the People's National Party has won the 17th local government election. We're not yet seeing any of the party's bigwig here at the location. I expect them to somehow get down here, even if they didn't plan to, because it's a massive throng of PNP supporters here on Hope Road. And the crowd stretched all the way back. As far as you can look, it's a massive sea of orange. It's the same that way, and it's the same that way. It's almost wall to wall. And they can't contain their joy. It's joy unconfined. And I'm just going to see if I could get a reaction from one or two other people here. How do you react to this victory tonight?
Can't you see?
Let me know. Tell me.
Can't you see?
Yes. How did
on the map?
How did you manage to pull this off?
Oh, we manage?
Yes.
Love.
Love.
Love. Yeah.
Yeah. And what does this mean now for the party?
Full speed.
Full speed.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have a reaction to the party's win tonight?
Party win comfortable tonight.
Yes. How do you feel about it?
I feel that we're going forward ahead now for the big one.
Yes. Yes. Did this feel like a general election for you, given the campaign that both parties ran?
Possible. I know that it's a general election for me tonight.
Yes. Of the seats that you won, the councils that you won, which you feel best about?
My councillor. Whitfield Avenue, Whitfield Town.
Whitfield Town.
Yeah.
All right. Let me. Do you want to give me? I'm on. You're live on Scene, and you're on Nationwide 90 FM. Before you go, let me ask you, how are you reacting to tonight? You seem not so happy like everybody else.
I'm ecstatic because we did the work, we got the results. It is PNP country. PNP came out and to us the victory.
How did you pull it off?
We pull it out by getting out the votes. That is the secret.
Yes.
Get out the votes.
Yes. I get the impression that the headquarters, the crowd here, the supporters here, are particularly happy about two victories in particular.
Two victories. For those who switched, we won't call them the T word, Venetia Phillips and Carrie Douglas. They must understand this is PNP country.
Yeah, but don't they have a right? Don't they reserve the right to do what they want to do?
Right. They have the right. And we like to work with those who are 100% behind the People's National Party.
All right, congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if you could just follow me here, we're going to take you into another set of supporters here from the People's National Party. This is what it means. This is what it means. And Darrington Ferguson, who defeated Venetia Phillips, is right here with me. They're not giving me a chance. They're not giving me a chance to talk, but let me try to get it in. Darrington, congratulations on your victory tonight. How does it feel, if they can hear me?
First of all, thanks, Wayne. And I want to tell you that I am elated, but at the same time I am humbled, because serving the People's National Party and the people of Jamaica is something that we must always be elated to do. Yeah. And therefore I'm happy for this opportunity to bring what I can bring to the table and the people.
I'm not even sure if the people on Scene or those listening on Nationwide can even hear because of the jubilation.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, it's really difficult. But how confident were you going in?
I'm going to tell you something, Wayne. We did the work. I have no doubt of the results tonight. I know it was going down to the wire, but I know we secure enough votes to get us over the line. What we need to do now is to make sure that we go back in the division and we rebuild it for the constituency.
Yeah. So you're saying the PNP has retained the seat?
Yes, it is a PNP seat.
It is a PNP seat?
It is a PNP seat.
Well, what are you saying?
That the PNP has retained the seat. It is, people don't vote only for a candidate, they also vote for a party and the principles that that party upholds. And that seat has people who believe in people power, who believe that they can actually make a difference in their own lives with partners, through partnership with their representatives.
During the campaign, it was clear that the party's base was re-energized. There was absolutely no question about it. So much so that both leaders acknowledged on public platforms that it resembled a general election. What was responsible for the sudden re-emergence of those who didn't turn out in the general elections, the last one?
Well, it's been a very, very rough time for Jamaicans over the last 5 years, when we should have been able to change our policies because we had the fiscal space to allow for social mobility of people. What we found was things got harder and harder for the Jamaican people. And they have said, enough is enough, time comes.
As I say, I'm not even sure what's going on because the noise is so much here. Let me ask Darrington Ferguson, so now that you've won the seat, what's your first order of business?
To pull the citizens of the division together and to make them understand what I'm about and find out, assess where we are and say to them where would we want to go and let them be a part of that. Because if local government is going to serve the people, then the people must be at the center of the decision making. And therefore, we as a party, our manifesto is clear. and I'm only the servant who will be carrying out all the targeted information and to make sure that it happens in the communities that build the Papine division.
Yeah. What does this mean for the party, though, going forward?
It's a warning for Parliament. We will be coming for the general election. The people are ready. We are ready. Our leader, Mark Golding, is ready to take Jamaica to where it's supposed to be.
Darrington Ferguson, congratulations again.
Thanks, Wayne.
And congrats.
Thank you, Wayne.
All right, so we're still here at party headquarters. I'm just going to get out of the way again for you to see the sort of celebration that we're seeing. And as I said to you, as far as the eyes can see, they're just orange, orange, orange. Yes, the noise is deafening. We're going to throw it back to you guys. If we get sighting of any of the party's big wig, for sure we'll get back to you tonight. But this party is going to go on long, long into the night. Expect them to be here perhaps until tomorrow. It's back to you guys.
Wayne Walker at PNP headquarters, and we're now going to go to Tanika Thomas at the Electoral Office of Jamaica to get a more complete picture of the national results before we go to the headquarters of the Jamaica Labour Party, who has suffered a stunning defeat tonight at the hands of Mark Golding's People's National Party. Tanika?
She's not quite ready for us. I think what we have is a connection with Ricardo Brooks, who's at the JLP HQ. Ricardo, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, Ricardo, go ahead. You're live. Ricardo. Ricardo Brooks.
To the listeners and the viewers, I'm here at the JLP headquarters on Belmont Road, where a single JLP supporter is all we have present in the parking lot. She's tolling a very sad bell. We saw the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development entering earlier. The media tried to get a comment from him, and his response was not right. Now, I can tell you, actually, that the car park has more media personnel than it does JLP supporters. As I told you, I mean, she's gone into the distance now, but it was a single bell. It told a sad song. Of course, Nationwide News having declared that the People's National Party has won the country's 17th local government elections. The media is gathered. Are gathered, no supporters of the JLP, a single officer, Desmond McKenzie, of course, of Area Council 1, and his comment to the media was no comment right now.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. So the JLP HQ, they're looking like a car mart. Yeah, cars on display, nobody. Yeah, a car mart without buyers.
2020, 2024 flip.
Yes, sir.
And it tells the story of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Labourites are stunned. They are shocked. They have been whipped.
They're embarrassed.
They are embarrassed. Yep. Yes, and they've gone undercover.
I can I tell you this quickly, that in preparing the team for this assignment, I said to Ricardo, you are going to JLP HQ, but, you know, prepare yourself for anything, because I remember when I went there in 2011, and when Cliff said, Bobby Montague is losing Carron Hall, I'm calling these elections for the PNP. At that moment, by the time he said that and I responded to him with a sentence or two and looked around, the place was a ghost town. You could hear crickets at Belmont Road. Ricardo has experienced the same thing.
Power of Cliff.
The power of Cliff. But it's the power of the voters, though. And I really want us to go, Nadine, to I'd like to see the EOJ's vote progression now, to just see the final preliminary numbers and some of those tied seats where they have gone, even though, as we see, the trends suggest that it's all orange right across the way of the map.
But that guy in West Palm who told me they said the jail is divided, and that loss will be good for them. He's been proven right.
Yeah.
When he said that should hold, Andrew might loosen him whole. I mean, that's a guy himself claiming about inside.
But let's go beyond that now, Kevin, and look at now the implications. Yes, for the JLP. Yes, they have a year to go, a year and a half to go. Yeah, a week in politics is a long time.
Free up some of the money.
Yes, and also a People's National Party that is now
they get funding,
very strengthened,
and they get funding.
In one night. Yes, the coin is virtually flipped. They're going to have the wind, yeah, on their backs. Mark Golding is going to be getting increasingly confident, yes, of pushing forward to next year. First of all, Jamaica is in for a long election campaign.
It is.
A long election. Every single act from here on is now going to be calculated with the eyes on the next election.
Dr. Spence, you're turning...
Just a sec, you won't have any elections for the rest of this year.
No, for sure. Dr. Spence.
That's what I was going to say. You're not going to have any election. And I think the PNP has a reason to celebrate, because whatever it is that people were saying about Mark Golding, is he going to remain after tonight? Yeah. For sure he has... Forget that now. So one must wonder now, with a PNP that now feels the way the PNP does, with the momentum that it has gained, and with the position it now holds, what will that PNP, with no question about the leadership issue,
none,
with a party saying we are not, again, what the PNP has always said, we are not leader-centric, we are party-centric.
Yes.
Even if the leader isn't popular, the party will bring home the vote. What will that be 1 year from now, a year and a half from now, and how does the JLP respond? Can it respond? Is it going to respond in much the same way the PNP responded under pressure? Is it going to fall apart? You know, how is it going to respond to this kind of pressure? It still has hold of the government, and you know, and how is the PNP now going to look in Parliament that it has this new confidence? You know, it's an interesting year and some months for us.
Well, what's striking, one of the most striking things is Andrew Holness is far more popular than Mark Golding, no question. I've never seen a leader so much more popular than our opponent.
The rival.
Lose an election.
Absolutely so.
And as I said, the guy in Westmoreland, he was on the money. I laughed at him when he told me no. But it's a divided party. And look, and Andrew Holness is a one-man
You
band.
remember what Bruce Golding said to the Laborites?
What?
He said that you're squandering the popularity of your leader.
Yes, he
because
said that.
he made mention of how some of the MPs and the other representatives were performing.
Yes.
And he made you think that there will come a time when the issues that are being raised about how the JLP leadership looks in some respects will have an impact on their ability to win an election.
Tanika Thomas is ready for us at the Electoral Office of Jamaica on Red Hills Road in St Andrew. We go across to her. Tanika, what's the latest?
Standing by. Okay. Thank you, George and Cliff. You can imagine the Director of Elections, Mr. Glassball Brown, here trying to verify the information we are hearing so far. Mr. Brown, good evening. Good evening. Based on the information you have, he's looking on the board, Cliff and George. He's monitoring the board as we are at the EOJ here on Red Hills Road. Mr. Brown, help us to understand what is actually the preliminary result of this local government elections.
Well, it's preliminary, but it hasn't completed. There's some parish that you notice in number that they're treated 100%. For example, in St. Thomas, 94.8% of the ballot votes have been counted so far. The leading there, JLP is leading in 5 divisions, and the PNP is leading in 4. In Portland, 85.8% of the votes have been counted. The JLP is leading in 6, the PNP in 3. In St. Mary, 92.2% of the votes have been counted. JLP is leading in 8 divisions, PNP in 5. In St. Anne, 98.5% of the votes have been counted. JLP is leading in 11. PNP is leading in 5 divisions. Trelawney, 96.5% have been counted. JLP is leading in 6 divisions. PNP in 3. In St. James, 94.4% of the votes have been counted. JLP is leading in 11 divisions. PNP is leading in 6. We need to get the reconciliation from the also start out on Hanover. In Westmoreland, 96.4% have been counted. JLP is leading in 3 and the PNP in 11. Manchester, 98.4% been counted so far. 3% JLP leading. 3 JLP leading and PNP leading 12. And St. Catherine, 84.8 completed so far. 18 for JLP, leading in 18 and PNP 23.
Mr. Brown, based on this data you just ran through for us, how many corporations would the JLP have right now at this moment versus the PNP?
Let us await the final count. I won't tell you here. Let us await the final count. Just some outstanding votes to come.
For example, now, a question a lot of persons have been asking, over in Kingston and in St. Andrew, where the votes seem to be tied, not seem to be, but they are tied, what happens there?
Now, in Kingston and St. Andrew, it's only 41. You notice that way there is 40, so there's one seat that is still outstanding. The percentage need to be looked at, so we got to adjust that. So there's one, it says 41 division. So far on the board, it says reflecting 40.
There's jubilation at the PNP headquarters. Help us to understand what's happening, because on the ground, George and Cliff, if I may just enter the conversation here, there is a bit of dispute as if to suggest that there is probably early glorification at the PNP camp. Is that the correct information?
I don't want to comment on the celebration in the political party camp, so I won't comment on that aspect of it.
Okay, George and Cliff, there you have it from the Director of Elections, Mr. Glasspool Brown. Based on the board we're looking at, the PNP is ahead in St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Manchester, in Clarendon, and also in St. Catherine. So that's the latest we have here at the EOJ.
Thank you, Tanika.
Excellent.
And those numbers are now putting a different picture on these elections, because it would seem as if it's a draw. A draw.
Well,
and not a win, as we have declared it for the People's National Party.
761.
Well, I tell you what,
yeah.
the parishes that we thought that the PNP had won based on the progress of the numbers, and let's put it out there, we're not blaming our tools, we're not bad workmen and women, but the data from the EOJ is the problem. What this latest data is showing us now, with two of the parishes, Kingston and St. Andrew, both with 100% of the count done, and of course they'll do a count over tonight and then they'll go further. What it is showing us, the other numbers, is that now we are close to the point where we have 98% of boxes, 96% of boxes, and it is showing a different picture to what we were depended on earlier to make our forecast.
Yes. For example, we're now learning that the JLP has kept the KSA-MC with 21 seats.
So since 2119.
2119.
And we thought that the JLP had lost St. Anne. They won St. Anne.
No, St. Elizabeth.
No, they won St. Elizabeth, right.
Yeah, no.
We thought they had dropped St. Elizabeth.
Right.
But they've kept St. Elizabeth.
Yeah, they have retained St. Elizabeth.
9-6.
Yes.
It doesn't change the fact there now. It's a big moral victory for the PNP.
No. There's no doubt about that. No, you're correct.
They have won the popular vote.
Remember,
it's a massive moral victory for the PNP. For the PNP.
And St. Mary.
The JLP wins more councils.
Something about St. Mary.
And St. Mary has stayed with the PNP, with the JLP.
Yes, 6-3.
6-3 based on Glasspool Brown's
yes,
number.
6-3.
Yeah?
6-3 to the JLP.
Jenny, you were saying what?
So they retained two of the three constituencies. They're leading in all the divisions in those two constituencies. So St. Mary Western, St. Mary Southeast, only St. Mary Central was the PNP ahead. And then for Portland, they had 6 of the 9.
Yeah, so Vaz was right, but not 8-1.
His numbers weren't quite right, but the win was correct.
So the JLP had won 8-6 then. If they took KSA seat,
that's what Cliff is saying. That's what Cliff is saying.
JLP has won 8, PNP has won 6.
Yes.
But it's still a massive moral victory for the PNP.
Much reduced.
Much reduced. And it's a massive moral victory for the PNP.
But the PNP has...
The PNP has made gains.
Look,
serious gains.
And they've won the national vote.
They've won the national vote. And they've also won a number of electoral divisions.
And we're not...
What's the count for the electoral divisions nationally? It's 118?
It was 118 to 102.
118 for the PNP to the JLP is 102.
PNP 118?
No. We have to find out what it is now.
But so we would need to get an updated count based on this latest data. That was at the time that we declared. It was at 118 to 102.
But things have changed since then.
And an average of 75% of the votes counted. Now we're at an average of 95% of the votes counted. and clearly there has been a shift in some areas.
Because 130.98 last time, so PNP have made massive gains.
Yeah.
It's probably 50-50 roughly.
I think it seems like it's a draw.
I think what we need now, we need a break. We need a break, and we come right back to pick up with Local Vote 24. Let's take a break here from this joint production of Nationwide 90 FM and Scene Television.
Maybe Lily Bright will come back into the parking lot.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Hot like fever, cause we are getting more on Western Union. 24 winners will win 2 season passes for Champs 2024. Collect 2 or more Western Union money transfers in store or using the GK1 app from February 9 to March 11 for a chance to win. Authorized under Section 58 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Love you more and live better mind and body with Quartz. Prep, grab, and go with up to 25% off small appliances. Stay fit with up to 20% off gym equipment. And rest well and save up to $30,000 on select mattresses. Shop today with no cash and pay overtime on 6 to 48 months credit. Love you more. So rest, recharge, and live better with Quartz. Bringing value home. Offers end March 31, 2024. Conditions apply.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58(3) of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
JN Money Card send from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
There'll be no more dying, no more crying, no more sickness, no more pain, no more sadness, no more sorrow, no more trouble, no more tragedy, no more temptation, no more fighting, no more, because I don't know what you're going to do when you see Jesus. But when I see Jesus.
Join us on Saturdays for Breath of Life. 7 a.m., 8 a.m. ECT on Scene TV.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit DigicelJamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58(3) of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Well, welcome back. Let's go straight to Delroy Williams, the mayor of Kingston.
Because as I'm saying, there are people are just listening. There's nothing definitive on radio. The radio has been saying 2020 for the Kingston and St Andrew Municipal Corporation, so you know people would be tied to that. But what we are correcting that is wrong. That information is not right. It's not 2020, it's 2119.
Have you heard from the Prime Minister?
Yes.
And what's the word from him?
Well, I can just update the Prime Minister with respect to Kingston and St Andrew, and the Prime Minister is upbeat about it. Very glad that we have won the capital city, and so it's really just the capital city. You
seem to be facing a wave across the rest of the island. What went wrong?
I'm not sure. I don't have to figure about the wave. I heard we won St Mary, we won St Elizabeth, and we won some other parishes. So I'm not sure what you'd be saying in a wave. I don't have all the figures. I've said I've been very focused on Kingston and St Andrew, and so I don't know what is happening. Just coming in, I heard that we won St Mary, won Portland, we won St Elizabeth. So those are good parishes that we are told. I have heard that we have won, and we have won Kingston and St Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
You're welcome.
Sure. That was the chairman of the Kingston and St. Andrew.
All right, so Ricardo Brooks there with us. Well, the Kingston's mayor, Delroy Featherwhite, speaking to a gaggle of journalists, including our own Ricardo Brooks. And Cliff, we have numbers to give a different perspective on things, because what seemed at one point like a 7-7 tie. We're going to deal with the issue of Portmore very shortly, but it seems as if what we have as the final count up to this point, the final preliminary count, seems even oxymoronish to say that, but final preliminary count is 8 municipal corporations to the JLP and 6 to the PNP at this time. Let's check in with Janae Stevens-Taylor.
But I think we also need to point out that this has been one hell of a confusing night. Yes? Because we just saw Glasspool Brown, the director of elections with Tanika, saying that it was 2020 for the Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation.
But better than that, his graphic said 2020 with 100% of boxes counted in both Kingston and St. Andrew.
And now we have the mayor saying, no.
It's 2119.
It's 2119. Yeah? So it's that kind of night. Very confusing. Yeah? And it's making our job hellish.
That's why I'm going to Janae. What do you have for Portmore, the latest?
The latest for Portmore is that the PNP candidate has won that race. He is securely ahead. We don't have the graphic up right now because we are still refreshing the data from the EOJ coming through that site. But up to the last report that we have, that's all the way loaded, which was at 9:03 p.m. It was the PNP candidate that was successful in that Portmore mayoral race.
No surprise there.
And Portmore itself, or St. Catherine itself, is a dead heat. Well, I don't know, based on the EOJ's numbers.
No, based on what I saw, I think it was 23-17 to the PNP. No. Hold on. Sungotomoko. St. Catherine, based on the map that I saw Glasspool Brown have behind him when he did his last interview with Tanika, it appeared as if St. Catherine, the parish, had gone to the PNP. We can verify that our producer is just working to get that map back for that graphic back for us again, that graph with the parish and the progression of the final seat count that would guide us. So here we go. So St. Catherine, yes, 2380, the PNP one, I was right. Oh, well, it was 89% of the vote counted. So 11% of the seat, the votes to be counted across the parish, and it has 14. Well, he's blocking the thing, but yeah, it's.
But there it is for Kingston and St. Andrew. 100% of the votes.
So where 2119 come from?
2020.
Yeah.
Portland 7-2.
Oh, so there's a refresh.
So there's been a change there because it was previously 6-3.
Yes, it's 7-2, and St. Mary 7.
It will be 7-2. 7-6 now. Oh, 7-6
now in St. Mary.
94.8% of.
And Trelawney is 6-3. There are 9 divisions in St.
If we could tell Tanika to get this gentleman to shift from the graphic, please, that would help us.
Yes.
I don't know what he's doing there. Yeah, please move. Sorry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, that's from my good friend Balford Henry from the Observer.
So Trelawney 6-3, St. James 11.
Clarendon is 11-11.
Clarendon?
Yes.
11-11.
With 90 was that? 98.9%?
98.9.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, that's.
So 7-6-1.
Oh.
It's changing all the time.
At this point, we have to wait until they're finished.
We have to wait until they're finished. I think we should, even if it is 90-something, still wait.
We can call St. Anne because it's 11-5 with 99.8%.
And Portland.
We can call Portland for sure. We can call Manchester for the
We can call St. Elizabeth.
But St. Mary could go.
St. Mary could go. St. Thomas could go.
Yeah. Oh.
Clarendon could go either way, just one more.
What a great election. Excitement to the end.
Well.
Not if you're Cliff.
No.
Right, not right at this moment. Cliff.
I'm thoroughly confused.
Yeah.
All right, so where we go now is this. We're talking about the health of the democracy. And Kevin has been trumpeting, hey, it proves that democracy is healthy. We've heard him on it, and I'm going to come back to him. Is this a marker that this is a healthy democracy, a democracy in rude health, notwithstanding the fact that voter turnout is probably hovering in about the 30% mark?
Can I address the voter turnout?
No, she's going first. You'll get your chance after.
I think the results is not the only indicator of democracy.
The health of the democracy, yes.
My pet peeve. This is a local government election. These are the issues that are closest to the people, and we treated it like a general election. So the people themselves did the same thing that we critique the politicians for doing. We treated local government election as if it was not important. Yes. As if the issues that should be critical to local government are not issues that are deserving of a national space.
But I say this to you, just interject. It reflects how historically we have treated councillors. We say councillor girl, councillor boy, because no one reading nobody usually somebody who can barely read and write.
If you check out the legislation, what is supposed to happen, and even with the change of legislation, is that central government is to find a mechanism to put money into local government.
Yes.
That's the only relationship. You're not supposed to have the MPs behaving like they are the bosses of the councillors, because that's not how our system is arranged.
Yes.
It's a two-tiered system of government. We have central government and we have local government, and there are some specific issues that I think people wanted to see some change in. That's the other point I wanted to make. The issues that people wanted to see responses in, how their community looks, garbage collection, street light, roads at the parochial level, schools and how schools are run. Those issues were stood at the center of people's complaints about the performance of the government and them not feeling it.
Kevin?
Nadine is describing an ideal world, as it should be. The realistic world is people don't have so much space in their brain for politics.
Can't process so much.
My wife got vote this morning. I said, who you counsel to? I don't know, but I just vote for my party. All right? And she's an educated lady. People don't have so much space. Every local government election, the last 4 or 5, 20% of the population has voted. We need to move away from this percent of registered voters. Why? It has gone from 40% of the population to 80%. Because people want the IDs.
Yes.
But a lot of them not interested in voting. If you go by the percentage of the population.
Excellent point.
General, 30%. Average for the whole 62. Local government, about 20%. Local government was higher back in the day when we stuffed ballot boxes, when that's been cut out. So let's look in the real world here. It's always going to be a referendum on the national government.
But if they were doing those things, if they were meeting people at the heart of their issues,
yes.
it would be a referendum, but it would be a referendum that would work in favor of the party that had
an ideal world, Nadine, not the real world. People only have some time for politics. People have them picnic, they have them job, they have them man, woman. They don't have that much of a politics. They want to get excited at elections.
But that's not politics. Remember,
we still have...
Go back and look.
Hold on, Kevin.
Go look at the legislation for local government. It talks about citizens groups.
Yes.
It talks about getting people involved and building communities. Stronger local government means stronger communities. Mean people more in touch with the politics.
Yes.
Oh, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
We're not doing that. That's what I'm saying. If local government was working, people would not be so distant from the center itself.
And I say this in support of you. Kevin, hold on. You make good point. Hold on now. The fact of the matter is, I've always had a problem with the system that we have mayors who are mayors in name only. If you compare our mayors and their power to mayors, the mayor of New York, the mayor of pick any city outside of Jamaica, anywhere else in the world, because you get the sense that central government and the members of parliament don't want a system where the mayor actually has real power, because that reduces their influence in the area that the mayor controls. Exactly. And so it is a curb on the power that is exercised at local government, because MP in central government wants to be the one who doles out resources, who empowers a councillor to act on behalf of the people. Dr. Spence is saying that that's not how it should be, and she's right.
That's what the MPs have done.
That's what she's right. It's not ideal, Kevin. It's what should happen.
In the real world, Jamaica has the best democracy in the world for a non-white country. We have been incredibly stable, never any challenge to the system by
But you know what? We've always slipped down on the quality of our democracy. So we talk about the fact that in Jamaica our democracy is sustained. It's the only game in town. For the most part, we don't want a dictatorship. Although the LAPOP polls surveys prove that sometimes we really would prefer a dictatorship.
Let's bring it back though. Hold on. Leave that alone. Leave that alone for a minute. Kevin, leave that alone for a minute. Let's talk about it now. We spoke at length about what the elections mean for Mark Golding's position in the party, his standing as a leader, and the momentum that the PNP, whatever happens, whatever the final count is, the PNP's momentum is undeniable, and it's highly unlikely that we're going to have a general election this year. Wait now. What does this mean for Brogard? The builder. What does it mean for the builder tonight?
As I said, the guy in Westmoreland was marvelously right. The JLP got a slap in the face that they needed.
What does their builder do? What does their leader do from tonight?
Luckily for them, they still want 8-6. What the builder need to do? First of all, improve the communication. Their communication was disastrous.
From a party level or from a government level?
Whole level. I don't know. I don't know the insider, but surely it showed a divided party. It showed that some people want to put out the good news and some people want to stifle it. I don't know how it's working, but it's clearly divided. The JLP has more good news to put out than any party in the history of Jamaica, any government in the history of Jamaica, and they didn't put it out. That's crazy. And clearly what that guy in Westmoreland said, a lot of people on the inside clearly feel, look, Nigel, take 2 or 3% of the money and spend it back like Mark Golding was saying. Mark Golding, I think, touched a chord in the people.
Yes.
Him saying, look, all this great news, the debt is falling, this and that. Oh, now feel it?
Yes.
Spend some money upon the way.
What does the builder do from here, Dr. Spence?
I think there are a lot of things I think that the JLP could have done better. Engaging civil society, they weren't very good at it. They alienated people, and they were very hard to come back to the table when they left. I think of CMOC, for example, where they left those of us who were at the table, and they didn't come back.
That's the Crime Monitoring and Oversight Committee. Yes.
And you could hear people expressing just disquiet, just anxiety about the government leaving and wanting that engagement. And you didn't see that. I think over time, if we look at what has happened, the JLP had built up a significant political juice, but it's not the word I want, but let's say that. But they have done a number of things to squander that. And so when you look at the numbers today, you don't see a huge rise in the numbers of people going out to vote. Again, you see people kind of dropping back. So now we see the PNP base coming out to vote. But what has happened to the people who wanted to follow the JLP, who wanted Brogard, who liked Brogard's message, who still think he's popular, but believe that his party, I remember what I said, Bruce Golding said it, the party was a drag on his popularity.
Yes.
And so people, even though they liked him and they have stated he's the most popular prime minister, they didn't go out to vote for him because his party got in the way.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly the point. I would agree 100% with that. Look at the massive crowd he was getting. When they were on a voter day, his party got in the way. But I'll say something about Nadine and the crime. I agree about the CMOC, the mistake Andrew Holness made by stifling the CMOC people. These are the influencers, voices. But there's no 25% this year, nobody's talking about it. Because if he hadn't alienated the people at CMOC, they wouldn't be talking about it. But he's pissed them off. We're not talking about crime no more. Yeah, so arrogance is always a problem with government, especially when it comes from 57, 49, 14.
Yes.
That's no more.
I'll put this to you, though. I'll put this to you, though.
Yeah.
Andrew Holness and the brains trust in the government now have the problem. They were planning to roll out a Sparks program where they had the majority of divisions and councils in place so that their councillors could do work that could set them up nice for the general election. That Sparks program, a lot of it is now going to go to, or we hope to go, to councillors on the other side so that they can make their supporters feel nice so that the PNP gets the benefit of it. Politically, it'll be a test, I believe, to see if there's integrity in the JLP politics sufficient to have the Sparks program rolled out now in the way it was conceptualized and not adjusted by virtue of what the results are showing tonight.
Mark, you were right. Sparks were giving too much money, they cut it back. You're correct, Mark.
but also, our politics politicians need to update their understanding of our people in the thinking that if we fix road, people are going to vote for we. Our people are indicating some differences in how...
But I gave you the example earlier of the woman who
was sent.
Yeah,
a message was sent. What the message was, we're not sure.
Yeah.
But they sent a message.
Our politicians have to start thinking. You know what the young man said who was discussing the things on the youth?
Ronaldinho.
You know what he said? He said, we want our politics to be a little bit more complicated. We hear issues like climate change, human rights. Can we imagine our political parties starting to come to the agenda, come to the conversation with other issues other than road and water?
No.
Jamaicans have passed, most Jamaicans who are now tapping into social media, who are the young people who are following Greta Thunberg in Sweden, who are on social media all the time. And
people want free up. They come down.
No, Kevin.
Spend some fun with
that is the kind of cynical kind of view we have.
Realistic. It is realistic.
It's not realistic.
You're in an ideal world, ma'am.
No, they're not coming out to vote, and our young people are showing that they're uninspired.
1.5 with the 2.25. I'm going to spend 5% of the debt point.
Can we bring back the young people in now? We have heard enough of the age.
Thank you so much, Cliff, for calling me the aged.
Elders.
Let's take the break and come back. Let's take the break and come back.
Where are you from?
I'm a young man. I'm sorry. I'm a young man.
You were a young man.
No, I'm a young man.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Hot like fever, cause we are getting on Western Union. 24 winners will win 2 season passes for Champs 2024. Collect 2 or more Western Union money transfers in store or using the GK1 app from February 9 to March 11 for a chance to win. Authorized on the section 50 of the betting gaming and lottery act.
JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
Love you more and live better mind and body with Quartz. Prep, grab, and go with up to 25% off small appliances. Stay fit with up to 20% off gym equipment. And rest well and save up to $30,000 on select mattresses. Shop today with no cash and pay overtime on 6 to 48 months credit. Love you more. So rest, recharge, and live better with Quartz. Bringing value home. Offers end March 31, 2024. Conditions apply.
These days, every dollar counts, and you get enough more for stretch when you collect your money from abroad in a blink with Link. Tell friends and family to send money through MoneyGram and collect it anywhere, anytime on the Link app. Get better rates to stretch your dollar and get the extra things you need. You can collect your cash same time from any NCB ABM or use it in the app to pay your bills, buy credit, transfer money, or shop. Download the Link app today. Life is better with Link. Conditions apply.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Well, we're going to wrap now. Just get final comments from our young people. Saeed Bernard is with the young people. Saeed, your final comments. Saeed?
Thank you so much, George and Cliff. It's been quite a night. It's going up almost to 9:30. I can tell you, though, social media themselves, they're quite confused as to what's happening. And they say, you know what, to all the world around right now, but I'm just going to bed. Yeah? They want to see the picture tomorrow morning because it's certainly not clear as to what is happening on the ground where the numbers are concerned. But, you know, it's been a good time being with you after all. And again, the elections, they've just been going, and we're still going because we're going down to the wire, it seems, as there are still some changes in the numbers in some of the municipalities. But, Suel, Ronaldino, coming to you first, Ronaldino. What do you make of everything? And again, notwithstanding the confusion in inverted commas, again, what should the JLP now take from this going into the next year?
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot depends on how the results ultimately shake out at the end of the night. But in either case, it's looking like the PNP has gained a lot on a lot of ground on the JLP, and so they may take this, however it ends up, as too close for comfort for them. So I imagine they'll probably want to do a lot of work in the next year or so. It's a view that they've miscalculated, delaying the elections this late and calling it only a year before an actual general election. They'll have a lot of work to do to make up for whatever goes down tonight. And the PNP, I'm sure, will also be hungry to see what happens at the end of the night. Or tomorrow morning when the ballots are recounted, and they'll be interested to see how their messaging ultimately played out with the base. Both parties ultimately have to look towards energizing some fresh voters, some non-political minds to become interested in the politics and come out to vote in decisive ways.
Okay, quickly to you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think either way, I think tonight was a wake-up call for both parties. One, I guess, would be more than the other. And I really hope that everybody goes back to the drawing board. I think for the PNP, they have, like I said, like a nice little boost of confidence. So hopefully they take, this little momentum now and understand that with work, we can do something. We can make some ground. And I think for the JLP, I think it's time for them to go all the way back to the drawing board because this was a clear message to them that they're not seeing.
But I think all three of us were saying, though, that this is a win for the people of Jamaica.
For sure.
Well, you know, there you have it. It was a grand time being in here with my two guests. Of course, we were bouncing off the walls with the constant twists and turns, the turn the other way pandemic when it comes to these votes. Certainly, as the curtains draw nigh on our electoral spectacle, remember, the power laid in your hands. And so the seeds have been planted. We will see what the harvest certainly is like. But, you know, thank you so much for joining us on this democratic journey. It's been the Youth Voices. We've certainly added our twist to it to give you what's happening, not only on social media, but certainly in our minds, because youth matter when it comes to our politics. So certainly, thank you so much, Ronaldino McLean,
It's fun
for joining
working
us.
with you, Saeed.
Yeah,
Suel.
yeah, thank you so much, Suel. Yeah, although many a times you were sitting on the edge of your seat, holding your head, what is happening, you know, but...
I was just interested.
You were just interested.
I was just intrigued.
I certainly think, based on how things have played out, more persons will be piqued. I think, in fact, that the local government election has now gotten a new flavor. And I think going forward, more persons will be now interested in how local government elections unfold. First I'm ever seen it of this big nature, of this kind. And I think it's, again, another win for Jamaica. Thank you so much for staying with us. It's been the Youth Voices. I am Saeed Bernard, and I throw right back to the old men, as I call them, George and Cliff. Over to you.
Thank you very much, young man. Thank you very much, young man, Saeed Bernard and his team. And just before we go, George, I want to say thanks to the Blue Dot team led by Janae, Stephen Taylor, and Laren Peart. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dr. Spence, and of course, Kevin O'Brien Chang. And to our viewers and listeners from across the world, it has been one heck of a night. Yes, and it seems as if we're ending the night with a draw. Yes, it seems as if it's even Stevens, but certainly the People's National Party has more to celebrate tonight because they made net gains. George?
Yeah, all to say the thanks to the team of reporters and correspondents, thanks to our hosts, Scene TV, led by the programs manager Ransford Ricketts. The team did an awesome job. The technical team of Moore Williams leading that unit. And thanks to all of you that chose this platform to get your election day coverage and the results. Good night.
Good night.
Local Vote 2024 on Scene TV is brought to you by Digicel Link, Western Union, JN Money Services Courts, and the following Pioneer manufacturing distribution brands: Chlorodu Bleach, Oxybride, Pro Pet Dog Food, and Ready Soap.
JN MoneyCard send from abroad. JN MoneyCard. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN MoneyCard free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
Go postpaid to win in the Digicel Staycation giveaway. You could be one of 10 lucky Digicel postpaid customers to win a luxury 4-day stay for 2 at a couple's resort. To enter, visit digiceljamaica.com for more info. Digicel, better connected. Authorized under Section 58(3) of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
24 winners will win 2 season passes for Champs 2024. Collect 2 or more Western Union money transfers in store or using the GK1 app from February 9 to March 11 for a chance to win. Authorized under Section 58(3) of the
Now check it out, you know this is Christopher Martin and you're in tune to Scene TV. Scene, don't you know the ghetto I'm born and raised. Life to me lemon and I made lemonade. Life is the most expensive thing, I tell you. Keep it locked, Scene TV.
You will see today we're going to be doing the full works.
Well, I'm very excited. This sounds like an amazing chill spot, so let's get to it.
Looking forward to it too. You have to make it a point of duty to set some time for yourself, even if it is once a month, to pamper.
The Sportsmax Zone is brought to you by Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated. Visit barbados.org.
Also coming up in the show today, La Liga football, Real Madrid and Barcelona, again the top two teams on the table following wins over the weekend. But
Since 1994, our primary focus is the aesthetic upgrading of all males. Our highly skilled team of women are trained, professional, and committed to first-class customer service. Centrally located at 6 Windsor Avenue, New Kingston, Jamaica. Totally Male is your man cave, where we offer cable, private rooms, and a beverage of your choice while you're being pampered. Totally Male, a woman's touch for the exceptional man.
I'm your host, Colleen, and it is time for
The Gospel Report.
Lord, where would I be without your grace and mercy?
Jamaica Magazine, weekdays at 7:30 p.m. on Scene TV.
You're watching the Sportsmax Zone, brought to you by Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated. Visit barbados.org.
I'm Mariah Ramharak presenting today's Zone Updates. Following their 8-wicket win over combined campuses and colleges at the weekend, their third in as many matches, Windward Islands Volcanoes maintain a near 17-point lead atop the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship standings on 62.2 points. Leeward Islands Hurricanes follow with 45.6 ahead of Barbados Pride, 43.8, with Jamaica Scorpions completing the top four with 29.6 points. Well, action in India's Women's Premier League continued early on Monday, with last year's beaten finalists Delhi Capitals bouncing back from their opening day defeat to Mumbai Indians with a 9-wicket win over UP Warriors. The Capitals, who were left to chase a modest target of 120, thanks to figures of 4 for 20 from Radha Yadav, got to their target in 14.3 overs, following a 43-ball unbeaten 64 from opener Shafali Verma. The tournament continues on Tuesday with Royal Challengers Bangalore taking on Gujarat Titans, 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean Time, 9 a.m. in Jamaica, live on Sportsmax and Sportsmax Cricket. In Ray and Nephew Jamaica Premier League action on Sunday, second place Mount Pleasant missed the chance to go top of the table with leaders Cavalier out of action after they were held to a 1-1 draw by Montego Bay United. The point takes the defending champions up to 44, level with Cavalier third and fourth place Portmore United, and Tivoli Gardens also failed to register wins after playing out a 0-0 draw. Meanwhile, sixth place Waterhouse moved up to 30 points with a 5-1 win over Humber Lion, the same as Dunbeholden, who defeated Malines 4-2. The other victory on the day went to Vare United, who outscored Limehall Academy 6-2. Cuba and Nicaragua from Group A, Guatemala from Group C, Canada and Trinidad and Tobago from Group D, and Haiti from Group E have all gone 2 from 2 after CONCACAF men's under-20 qualifiers being played in 6 territories across the region. The winner of each of the 6 groups will qualify for this summer's 12-team CONCACAF men's under-20 championship. Well, that was your first zone update for today. For details on these stories and so much more, log on to sportsmax.tv. Watch Sportsmax and all live sports action anytime, anywhere on the Sportsmax app. Download it now from the Google Play Store or the App Store.
We are at it again. The region's official broadcasters of the Paris Olympics will be in the Spice Isle to bring you the 51st Caribbean Games. Yes, the best young athletes from across the Caribbean will square off for pride and gold while having the time of their lives in Grenada. And your home of champions will be there from March 30 to April 1. The 51st Caribbean Games. Don't miss a minute of the action on Sportsmax.
Jamaica Magazine, weekdays at 7:30 p.m. on Scene TV.
Yeah, me a son man, watching a man, Craig voicemail, and you're lucky into the baddest thing, Scene TV. You hear that? Yeah, me love you, yeah, and everybody say it. Tell you, say me happy, and me never discreet. Listen me, right now, Scene TV. Let's go.
The blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus will never lose its power.
Start your Sundays with Breakthrough Deliverance, Sunday mornings at 8:30 on Scene TV.
Ocherius is I would call it the tourism hub in Jamaica, and we're located, of course, Mr. Duns River is the highlight of Ocherius, of course, which is 5 minutes away from where Mystic Mountain is, so proximity is very close.
Moving from location to location, Travel Access takes you to higher heights. Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m.
seen, I believe, floods, when we've seen, I think in England, I guess the equivalent, what was it, the Grenfell, the building in London that ended up catching fire. There were matches that were suspended. There was about 4, 5, 6 years back, if my memory doesn't fail me. Yeah, we've seen that, of course, because obviously the city has to focus on being able to make sure that there's both a sense of security, that the logistics are focused plenty on that particular incident over other things that are going on within the city. Like I said, football at that point really doesn't have that much importance when it comes to the minds and the focus of people. Many are focused on seeing people, first of all, if they're okay. Second of all, if they're healthy. Third of all, if they have a place of shelter or something to be able to comfort them in a time where we're not talking about those that, we only talk about the ones that are disappeared, the ones that are injured, the ones that have passed away. We also talk about people that lost everything in these types of incidents, and that too also has to be taken into account, where a lot of resources, like I said before, have to go towards those people but like I said, it ends up being a short circuit that ends up really triggering everything that kind of takes everything to the next level. And of course, we have a tremendous tragedy in Valencia that really has shaken to the core a city that's always been galvanized within themselves, within their culture, within their football, and now they have to rally behind a group of people that find themselves in a very abject and very adverse situations.
Yeah, Juan, it can be so difficult sometimes when matches are rescheduled to find new dates for them. Any idea yet when this match will be rescheduled for, or at least by when we will know when the match will be rescheduled for?
We have heard, or actually I've heard, and it's been talked about on social media. I mean, it's not something that's being mentioned immediately right now. Hey, what's the most important thing? Oh, let's reschedule Valencia. No, but in the next few days, we should get an answer. The main question is when, especially knowing how condensed and how intense the upcoming rounds are in La Liga, Copa del Rey, in terms of well, we have a FIFA date coming up in a couple of weeks as well. Where is this match going to fit in terms of everything with Valencia and everyone else playing and trying to find? I mean, we even talk about it from a football perspective. When can you add more games? How much more can you compress into a schedule, much less rescheduling a match? So we should find out in the next few weeks in terms of that answer, or the next few days, I should say.
Yeah. Art, Juan, thanks for talking to us. And of course, La Liga lives on Sportsmax and the home of champions, bringing weekly coverage of Spain's top flight. We're not quite finished talking La Liga just yet because Mariah is standing by on the side set, and she has some exciting information to share with us. And she's not alone. Over to you, Mariah.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lance. And it's indeed exciting news because your home of champions, Sportsmax, is giving you the chance to get a real live taste of Spanish football through the La Liga experience. Well, here to tell us more about this special opportunity is our very own Sportsmax CEO, Nicholas Matthews. Nick, good afternoon, and you bring prizes and good news for us.
Thanks, Maria. It's exciting times, but we have been doing this for 3 years, and this year is no different. We have one lucky winner who will be going to Spain for an experience of a lifetime. They will be enjoying all the glory of football in Spain. Yeah. I mean, all of these clubs in Spain, no matter what rank they are, when you go to these stadiums, it's pure excitement. Yeah. And there's one lucky customer who from Jamaica. Last year we had a winner from Guyana. Yeah. This year we have a winner from Jamaica. We'll be taking a guest with him to Spain, and they will be going to the match between Barcelona and Athletic Club Athletic Club.
My team, Barcelona.
Yes.
So like that's a big deal because they get to go to the stadiums, right. They get to meet the players. Correct. And live the life. I mean, I've never been to Barcelona, so consider yourself lucky.
It's an experience, and we just want to tell all our viewers, we have been doing this for 3 years. Yeah. We have La Liga since 2015, but we have renewed with La Liga for another 5 years, so from 2024 until 2029. And the experience is a partnership between Sportsmax, La Liga, and our sponsor who is on board for this is Omega XL. Right. You know, and it's a true partnership. And what we try to do every single year is ensure that one of our viewers get this opportunity. And, you know, this customer will, I'm sure they'll really enjoy this experience
And
in
it's
Spain.
an all-expense paid
All
trip.
expense paid. They'll go to Spain. They'll have fine dining. They'll go to the stadium, meet the players as you mentioned. They'll get to tour the stadiums. They'll meet the La Liga team. It will be a great experience.
So they can take a guest, which in case they
Yes.
want to take me, I guess I can go, right?
Unfortunately, Akeem Grange, he has selected his guest already, Maria.
Oh,
You'll get your
no.
opportunity soon.
Yeah.
But
But Nick, why is this so important for us here at Sportsmax to keep giving back to our viewers who really have stayed with us throughout the years?
we're a Caribbean brand, and the people are a part of us. They're our viewers. They're the ones who keep us going. They're the ones who keep us energized and keep us going out there to finding the best content to give to them. I mean, of course, we have the best club in La Liga. The best club in the world is in La Liga, right?
Yeah.
And what we try to do is not just allow them to watch the content, but to be a part of what is happening.
Yeah.
And this is what we're about. Get everybody involved into what we do and be a part of it.
Yes, so viewers, if you have not yet followed us on Instagram, on Twitter, if you have not downloaded the Sportsmax app, you're missing out because you could be the one heading across the La Liga to take part in this awesome competition. So we advise them now, you know, take out your phones, download the Sportsmax app, and as our very own CEO told you, you too can be one of those lucky winners. Nick, I want to thank you so much for stopping by. I know you're very, very busy,
Yes,
but you keep
yes.
doing the hard work so that we can give our viewers some more experiences.
But guess what? If they follow us on social media, we'll be showing them a part of this experience, and they'll have the opportunity to win La Liga gears. So marketing will be tracking those responses.
Like an actual shirt.
Yeah, they'll have trivias. Yes, you'll get actual shirt. And we have other giveaways that will be available. So just follow us on social, on our Instagram, Facebook, all our platforms,
Yeah.
on our app, the Sportsmax app, and be a part of this experience.
Yeah, you too can be a winner. So Nick, thanks again. And of course, you continue to do the work so that, as I said, we can keep giving our viewers more free things.
Thank you, Maria.
All right, thank you so much.
Herman, master drummer, singer, and percussion player for CTV. Big up yourself. When you look with, don't change your dial. Better get ready, come do rock steady. You've got to do it like CTV. You've got to do it just like CTV.
One voice I done, voice I don't representing a Scene TV, you know, 4 and a Scene TV, scene, one up. Now mix night with Didas, rough, Epicon, Diddy, room.
Party late. It turn up on one part of one place.
If you notice all my sound, you know I said last night, burn up.
We're taking it to the street with Caribbean talent.
Fly back to Canada without giving them a tour of our beautiful studio. I'm going to throw across to Lance Whitaker because he has the anchor leg runner on the 4x200 Class 2 boys winning team. Sure, he had a grand time on Saturday and is probably still celebrating.